Welcome back to the MHS channel. First, I'm very curious to know where you're watching from and at what time. Feel free to share in the comments below. Also, if you have any feedback or suggestions for how the channel can improve, don't hesitate to leave a comment.
I am Stacy, 31 years old. People around me think my life's pretty great. They think I'm a lucky, happy woman with a talented husband, a sweet daughter, and a pretty comfortable life. It's true I've got all that, but that's just what people on the outside see. What I really miss and want is Julian's care and loyalty. Ever since my daughter Melody was less than a year old, we've been having non-stop fights and disagreements we just couldn't work out. He didn't look at me the way he used to. Those affectionate looks and loving words have slowly turned into cold emptiness. Because of my bad health and a heart transplant I had when I was young, I stay home and rely totally on Julian. I know my husband's cheating on me. The signs couldn't be more obvious. Random phone calls, sketchy appointments, and especially the way his attitude has changed. But I just couldn't say it, couldn't face the truth. I was just scared of ending up with a broken family, so I didn't want to ruin the perfect picture I had built. But putting up with it just meant suffering. When I asked him about the affair, instead of feeling sorry or ashamed, Julian just got insanely angry. It felt like both my body and soul were getting torn apart. It was time to stop living this fake life and face the truth once and for all. I filed for divorce and left with my daughter that night. I went back to where I used to live as a kid, in this quiet little town, almost a 4-hour drive from my place now. When I was young, I was a happy girl, loving the comfortable life my parents worked so hard to give me. But then one day, my parents just vanished, disappeared from this world without a trace. I was adopted by my grandma, and the house has been empty ever since. I looked at Melody sleeping peacefully in the back seat and couldn't stop the tears from falling. My family split up when I was 10, and now that Melody's 10, I couldn't give her the complete family I wanted. We finally got there at 4 a.m. The house stood there in the dark, in the middle of this empty town, far from the rest of the neighborhood, so lonely, like it had been forgotten by time and people. I carried Melody into the house, reached for the light switch, and the bulb flickered for a few seconds before finally lighting up. The furniture was covered in big white sheets that seemed to appear and disappear under the light, making me shiver without meaning to. I turned on a few more lights around the house, and luckily, they were still working. Joe must have been keeping everything in good shape for the past 20 years. I took Melody to my room the night before, and quickly passed out after all those hours of driving. The next morning, I was suddenly jolted awake by a noise coming from downstairs. I didn't know where Melody went, so I quickly ran around, yelling her name. At the end of the hallway, I got startled again when I saw a little girl wearing a mini mask. I thought it was Melody, so I called her name loudly, kinda annoyed. But instead of coming to me, she turned and ran off fast. I ran after her, but by the time I got to the end of the hallway, she was gone. I quickly looked around, ran downstairs, and threw open the door. Surprisingly, Melody was out in the garden with Joe. When she saw me, Melody happily called out, "Mom!" and held up the flower she was holding. I let out a big sigh of relief, then got mad and went up to scold her. Melody, teary-eyed, explained that she'd been with Joe the whole time and hadn't touched any mini masks. Anyway, Melody was here, so I'd deal with that later. I turned to say hi to Joe. 20 years ago, he was our housekeeper, and he still is. He was replanting the flower beds when he heard I was moving back here. "Stacy, are you sure you want to move back here? Just you and Melody?" I looked at Joe for a second and then confidently told him my decision. Joe didn't show much emotion, just said he'd send some workers to fix up the house. I think he was worried about just the two of us in such a big house. Joe's always been so caring. Looking at him, I felt bad for how gentle and lonely he seemed. I thought about Michelle, his daughter. Michelle and I used to be best friends. We grew up together in this villa, and those days were so happy. But then Michelle just disappeared, leaving Joe with nothing but longing and pain. I gave him a hug and said a heartfelt thank you. Looking back, I realized just how cruel time can be. The white walls had faded and were covered with this ugly black moss. The roof tiles were all uneven and broken. Some of the windows were shattered. The wooden frames were moldy, and some had big cracks, letting cold winds blow into the house like ghostly breaths. The house was surrounded by a wild garden, with trees growing everywhere. The flower beds that used to be well taken care of were now full of weeds, and the wooden fences were all rotten and rusty from the weather. The paved paths in the yard, which used to be solid and clean, were now covered in green moss. The air around the house felt heavy, with a musty smell mixed with damp soil and rotting leaves, making everything feel even gloomier. It would take a while to sort everything out, but it'd be okay. I went inside, checked the stove to make sure it was working, and then happily told Melody we should head to the supermarket to grab some cooking supplies and make the kitchen feel cozier. I would make delicious dishes for Melody, just like my mom used to make for me. A little cleaning will make cooking way easier. The mom and daughter started cleaning up. I had Melody wipe down the kitchen counter, always showing her what to do and asking her to help with small tasks she could handle. The kitchen utensils were all still here, and the pots and pans my mom used were still around, but the knife set was almost completely gone. The drawer had small brown paint stains, like it had been cleaned but not very carefully. I couldn't remember when those stains showed up. "Mom!" Melody called out to me. I turned around and saw her standing in front of the oven, looking all confused. I started walking over, about to look down, when Joe called out loudly. He brought in the cleaning and repair crew and needed my daughter and me to get out of the way so they could work. I agreed and took Melody away, but she seemed unsure, looked at me with teary eyes, and suddenly started crying. I comforted her and waited until she calmed down, then asked her why she was acting like that. But Melody just stayed quiet and kept shaking her head. At first, I just figured it was an old house, maybe just making weird noises over time. But the weird stuff just kept happening more and more, and I couldn't keep my cool anymore. Melody was the first to pick up on something feeling off. One morning, Melody suddenly burst into my room, eyes wide, voice shaking. "Mom, I saw somebody, some stranger." I looked where she was pointing, but all I saw was a dark corner of the room, nothing out of the ordinary. I figured maybe Melody was just imagining things. The house was way too big for us, with too many dark corners where the light didn't reach. I would need to put up more lights. One night, while I was getting ready for bed, there was loud, urgent knocking on the door, and my daughter was yelling for me. When I opened the door, Melody was curled up in the corner, staring into the dark. "Mom, there's someone," she said, barely getting it out. "They're right there." I tried to calm her down, but I could tell from Melody's panicked eyes that she wasn't making it up. Every night, Melody would cry and scream in fear, saying someone was standing outside the door, her eyes stuck on the darkness behind it. Melody's mental state started to slip and got worse. She was scared of the dark, kept talking about going to school, and didn't want to go home. I took my daughter to the hospital, but she was totally fine when she saw the doctor. She even acted friendly and wasn't scared at all. It seemed like as long as she left home, Melody would go back to being the sweet, lively girl she was before. I started feeling weird too, like there was something that couldn't be touched, but was still there in the space. I started dreaming about my parents. I hardly ever dreamed about them before, but now those dreams come back every night, haunting me. My parents were standing there, their eyes full of worry and pain, like they wanted to say something. Other times, they were 1,000 times scarier. My parents seemed really close, but they weren't the same familiar faces they used to be. Their skin was pale and torn, with deep cuts all over, like they'd been ripped apart, showing layers of rotting flesh. One of my mom's arms was gone, just an ulcer where it used to be, and my dad was missing a leg with just a stained thigh left. Every time I woke up, I'd get this heavy, breathless feeling in my chest. It felt like they had something to tell me, but I just couldn't get it. Why was I dreaming about them? And why did every dream freak me out so much? This feeling, it didn't make any sense, but it kept haunting me. I didn't dare tell anyone, scared they'd think I was crazy. But most nights, my parents kept showing up in those weird dreams. I was exhausted and told Joe about the creepy dreams I kept having about my parents. I feel like they're trying to tell me something, or maybe warn me about something. When Joe heard me say that, his eyes suddenly went cold, and he stared at me, eyebrows knitted like he was pissed. But the next second, his face totally changed, and I was left confused. Joe thought I was overthinking and told me I just needed to rest. He stopped me from touching the furniture in the house, saying it was too old, useless, and would just bring up bad memories. He'd often throw stuff away without even asking me. He always told me to stay relaxed and focus on taking care of and raising Melody. One time when I saw my mom's oven being packed up and taken away, I couldn't help but cry. I knew Joe was behind it, but what he said made sense for me at the time. I walked over, planning to touch it just one last time. "What are you gonna do?" Joe's serious voice freaked me out and almost made me scream. Joe showed up right behind me, his eyes cold and full of caution. Without saying anything else, he told someone to grab the oven and a few other things, then left while I was left standing there, totally confused. Before this was even over, something else came up, and I just kept sinking deeper into panic. I could barely recognize my daughter. I just put Melody to bed, but when I went down to the kitchen, I saw her sitting on the living room sofa again. I called Melody's name and went over, but she wasn't there. There was no one. I thought I was just dizzy and freaking out. Another time I had just gotten back from taking Melody to school, but then I saw her running from the hallway into the bedroom. I was suspicious and on edge about everything around me. I almost hurt Melody when I mistook her for a shadow and tried to chase her off. The shadow kept showing up in my house more and more. In the dark corners, the living room, at the end of the hallway, sometimes right in front of me when I opened the door, the little girl would just stand there, staring without saying anything, her eyes blank. I couldn't see her face clearly because she was wearing a Minnie Mouse mask. One time, when I went down to the kitchen to get some water in the middle of the night, the little girl was just sitting on a wooden chair in the dining room. When I got closer, she didn't move, but her eyes just stared at me with both pain and anger. "Michelle," I blurted out, when I suddenly felt that familiar vibe from my old friend. Out of her left chest, a dark red stream suddenly started flowing, and I freaked out, stepping back, looking for something to grab onto, then knelt down. The red streak from her chest quickly spread, soaking her shirt and little body. I woke up, screamed, looked around, and felt like I was falling into an endless pit with no light to help me find a way out. The dreams about my parents and all the weird stuff happening in the house had me on edge, like I was stuck in a never-ending nightmare. The broken marriage just drained me more, like I was carrying this huge weight I didn't know how to talk about with anyone. I felt like I was losing myself little by little, so I decided to see a therapist for help. Maybe the messed up marriage made you more sensitive and put a lot of pressure on you. But who knows? Maybe the house you and your daughter are living in now has some other secret. I got home, took the meds the doctor gave me, and my sleep got better. I felt way better. The anxiety and restlessness that had been bugging me for the past few days finally eased up. I took a deep breath, looked around the house, and just soaked in the peaceful vibe. It was time for me to get my act together and take care of my daughter, the house, and everything that's coming next. But what the doctor said still kept me thinking. I knew there was something in this house, like a secret just waiting for me to figure out. One morning I gave Joe a big smile and asked how the house renovation was coming along. Joe smiled, his kind eyes showing that everything was slowly getting done. But when I walked into the living room, I looked around and was shocked to see the whole place had been totally redone. All the old stuff, the things that had been part of the house for so many years, was gone. I felt a mix of shock and disappointment. The family photo of the three of us was gone too, so I asked Joe right away. "Stacy, I just want to help you let go of the past. All this stuff is just holding you back. You're stuck in memories that keep you from moving forward." Joe's words made me tear up. Maybe he was right. I needed to let go of everything tied to the past. I was at a loss for words, wanting to argue, but deep down, I knew Joe just wanted what was best for me. A few days later, after I'd calmed down and gotten used to the new place, I told Joe about the little girl in the mask I had met. I told him about the little girl in the mini mask who kept showing up and disappearing. I could kind of make sense of the image of my parents, but that little girl's appearance made no sense to me. I felt off, not getting why these dreams kept happening. I feel like I know her, kinda. Like Michelle. When I talked about the little girl in the mouse mask, I could definitely see the change in Joe's eyes. His eyes suddenly tensed up, like he just snapped out of a deep dream. His eyes weren't calm like usual. Instead, they were filled with worry. His lips were pressed tight, teeth clenched, like he was trying to hold back his emotions. I only had a moment to notice the change in his eyes before Joe suddenly stood up. His gaze went wild, his hands started shaking, and he couldn't control his movements. He started pacing around the room, his fingers brushing the table, the wall, then suddenly opened every cabinet and drawer, rummaging through them while calling out Michelle's name over and over. He grabbed my shoulders tight, eyes wide, yelling at me, "Why can you see Michelle? Why have I tried so many ways but never seen her again?" A moment later, Joe suddenly stopped, standing in the middle of the room, face red, breathing heavy, eyes still full of panic. Finally, he apologized and rushed out, even though I kept asking him questions. A few days later, Joe didn't show up again, which left me even more confused about his weird behavior that day. One morning, while cleaning the old kitchen, I found a small door under the sink, covered by moldy paint and dirt. I don't remember the kitchen ever having a door like that, so I got really curious. I opened the door and found an old wooden box with a rusty lock on it. My heart was racing. After grabbing a small hammer to break the lock, the box popped open, and inside were some papers and a few old photos. My hands were shaking as I went through the papers in the box. Some of the medical papers talked about my childhood illness and how I needed an emergency heart transplant to survive. The more I flipped through, the colder my spine got. The last page was Michelle's organ donation certificate. I collapsed on the floor, my whole body shaking. So Michelle wasn't actually missing. The heart beating in my chest is Michelle's, the friend I once loved. I wanted to confront Joe right then. I called him, but he didn't answer. For the next 2 days, I was a wreck, just living in panic and torment. Then one evening, I heard a knock on the door. I opened the door and saw Joe standing there, looking exhausted and drained. We sat down in the living room. I finally gathered the courage to tell him what I found in the wooden box. Joe didn't seem surprised at all. He just lowered his head and clenched his fists. "Yeah, Stacy, I killed your parents." The confession hit me like a punch to the gut. Your parents were so good to me and Michelle. Just to get ready for the moment they took her away. They didn't just take my daughter's life, they broke my heart. I couldn't handle the pain, so I got my revenge. To this day, I still have no idea where she's hidden. I looked at Joe, my heart hurting. The hate in his eyes scared me and hurt at the same time. But what I couldn't handle even more was the fact that I'm living with Michelle's heart inside me. I was the reason his whole family was falling apart. "But I can't hurt you, Stacy. Michelle is still alive inside you. It's not your fault." After that talk, Joe left the house, and I was left with thoughts I couldn't shake. I sat by Melody's bed, holding her close and crying. I had no idea how I was going to live with this weight on me. I loved my parents, but they did something I just can't forgive. I loved Michelle and was grateful to her because my life was swapped for hers. And I couldn't hate Joe because his pain was something I understood more than anyone. My hand was shaking as I held the phone, my mind torn between calling the police to end it all or staying quiet, hiding this awful secret to protect whatever fragile piece was left for Melody. One afternoon, I was walking around trying to find a way down to the basement because I couldn't find one of our suitcases. The light from my phone's flashlight lit up a corner of the basement. I spotted a small door in the corner of the room. I couldn't resist my curiosity, so I opened the door and walked in. I was surprised to see the room still had all the furniture Joe said he'd thrown away. A wave of nostalgia hit me as I looked at them, and I walked over, touching each one. When I saw the old oven, I suddenly remembered Melody's weird look when she moved in, like she had seen something awful inside. With shaky hands, I decided to open the oven. As soon as I opened the lid, a wave of horror hit me. Inside was a human corpse, just dry bones left, hidden under a rotting shirt. Panic kicked in, so I bolted up the stairs, my heart racing like crazy, tripping all over the place. The first thing that popped into my head was to find Melody right away. Fear hit me in waves as I tore through the rooms, yelling her name, but she was nowhere to be found. The place was dead quiet and empty, making me feel totally trapped. All of a sudden, I heard Melody crying out loud. I dashed to the front yard, where I heard my daughter crying and calling for me. I grabbed Melody and held her tight, finally able to breathe. After a few seconds, I checked her over, and luckily, she was okay. Melody was still crying her eyes out, pointing at the flower bed Joe had planted a few days ago. I felt completely numb all over. Tears started streaming down my face, but I couldn't get a word out. Buried under the soil was a child's skeleton. The little arm had completely rotted away, leaving just dry, white bones. The skull that was showing had a face that was totally falling apart. I hugged Melody tight without thinking, and she cried out in discomfort, which woke me up. I called Joe, and we both found our family. Finally, the truth came out, and the pain had somewhere to settle. The last morning before I left, I found a handwritten letter from Joe on the kitchen table. His handwriting was shaky, emotional, and so intense that I couldn't look away. In the letter, Joe said that for the past 10 years, he stayed in the house for 2 reasons: to find out where Michelle was buried, and to meet me, someone he saw as part of his daughter. He wrote that watching me grow up with Michelle's heart was the only thing that kept him going, giving him a little hope to live. But now, all the pain's been dealt with, Michelle's at peace, and he doesn't have anything left to miss. He hopes I'll live happily and enjoy life for Michelle, because that's what his daughter would have wanted the most. In his last lines, he said that even though he wasn't the best dad, he loved Michelle and knew I was part of his family too. The letter ended with a sincere blessing and a really tough goodbye. As I finished reading the letter, tears filled my eyes, and my heart felt like it was being squeezed by all the sacrifice and love Joe had shown me and Michelle. In that moment, I realized he'd found peace, and I knew I had to live a life that wouldn't let him or Michelle down. I am Maddie, 32 years old, and I live near my family in Houston. I'm not the type of person who gets paranoid easily, but after what happened, I can't step into a grocery store without checking my surroundings at least 3 times. It happened last year when I took my twin niece and nephew, Heather and Merlin, just 3 years old, to Costco. My sister had work to do, so I agreed to watch them for the afternoon. I wasn't a mother, but I thought, this should be easy. They're just 2 adorable kids. I can handle this. I was wrong. Taking 2 3-year-olds into a supermarket is like trying to control a pair of hyperactive kittens. I strapped them into the double shopping cart, trying to keep things under control as I navigated the aisles. The kids chattered away, pointing at everything, while I focused on getting in and out as quickly as possible. And then, I noticed her. a middle-aged woman with curly blonde hair, wearing a long beige coat. She stood at the end of the aisle, staring at me and the kids. At first, I assumed she was just absent-mindedly looking in our direction, but when I moved to the next aisle, she was there again, still standing, still watching. That's when I started to feel uneasy. I tried to ignore her and continued shopping, but a few minutes later, as I turned to grab a carton of milk, she was suddenly right behind me. She smiled. "They're adorable." I forced a polite smile. "Thank you." Then she tilted her head, staring at the kids with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "They must be twins, right? I've always loved twins. Such beautiful children like little angels." I nodded, my only thought being, get out of here now. But then she asked a question that made me freeze. "Where are their parents? Or are you watching them alone?" I tried to keep my voice steady. "They're with me today. I'm their aunt." Her smile widened, something unsettling in her expression. "Oh, really? So no one else is with you?" Every instinct in me screamed that something was very, very wrong. I immediately turned the cart around and said, "Sorry, we have to go." And that's when I saw him. At the end of the aisle, a man leaned against a shopping cart. He wore a black hoodie with the hood pulled low over his face. He was pretending to look at his phone, but his eyes never left me. I had no doubt now. This was a setup. I gripped the cart handle tightly, forcing myself to stay calm. Don't run. Don't panic. Stay in control. I pretended not to notice him, instead smiling at the kids and speaking loud enough for those nearby to hear. "All right, kids, let's go find Mommy." I turned the cart and walked straight to the checkout area, where there were more employees and other shoppers. I didn't look back, but I could feel it. The woman and the man were still watching me. At the register, I kept my voice natural but firm. "Excuse me, could you call security? I think someone is following me, and these children." The cashier's expression changed immediately. Within a minute, a security guard arrived. I quickly explained what had happened, and he nodded, saying he'd check it out. I waited near the exit, my heart pounding, gripping the shopping cart tightly. The woman was nowhere in sight. The man had disappeared too. A few moments later, the security guard returned, his face tense. "You were right. We checked the security cameras. She followed you from the moment you entered the store, and so did that man. The second I started heading toward them, they both left." I immediately called my sister, telling her to come pick up the kids and swearing I would never take them out alone again. That night, I did some research and found something I will never forget. Human traffickers often target women who are alone with children. They watch, looking for someone distracted, especially with young kids. They wait for a moment of vulnerability, and in just a few seconds, a child can be taken and disappear forever. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't noticed something was off. If I had been just a little slower. But I know one thing for sure. If you ever feel like someone is watching you or your child, don't ignore that feeling.
I'm Adam, 29 years old. My family is not wealthy. I was born in the rural town of Chateau in Montana. Although I was born and lived in Chateau for 13 years, I didn't feel connected to this place. I always dreamed of living in a larger city, a place with many amusement parks and bustling shopping centers. My wish came true when I was 13 years old. After many years of hard work, my parents could finally afford a small house in the city of Billings. On the day we moved from Chateau, I was very happy and excited, to the point I couldn't sleep the night before. In the morning when we left our old house, I didn't look back even once. I didn't know that I was trying to escape from a peaceful and happy life and heading towards long, lonely days. The new family home is located at the end of a crowded street. It has deteriorated quite a bit, but that's all my parents could afford at that time. My room is on the attic floor, a small room with creaky wooden floors which produced an annoying sound every step. In addition to some old belongings, there were books and toys left behind. I guessed its previous owner, who seemed to be around my age. My room has a window overlooking a corner of the backyard, which made the house seem even smaller due to its spacious surroundings. I eagerly arranged some small toys received as birthday gifts on an already worn-out wooden table. The older items from my room had been boxed up and stored under this very same table. I was so excited, imagining this new life could bring forth. On the first night in the new house, everything felt quite unfamiliar. I couldn't sleep very well. Lying in bed, I tried to close my eyes, when suddenly there was a knock on the wall opposite me. I jolted upright, suspicious of the sound I had just heard, approaching the wall and pressed my ear against it to listen. I swear I could hear someone's steady breath coming from the wall. I raised my hand to knock on the wall, and immediately there was a knock in response. Terrified, I screamed loudly, and a few seconds later, my parents came up. My mother hugged me, trying to reassure me, while my father walked around to check the room. After confirming that nothing was unusual, my parents comforted me, saying that the house was old and that strange noises were completely normal. As he spoke, my father walked around and bounced, causing the floorboards to creak continuously. Even when he stopped, the floor let out a few more creaks before going quiet. My parents wished me good night and left. I told my mother I wanted to leave the lights on while I slept to feel more comfortable. In the following days, precisely at midnight, there would be a knock coming from the wall opposite my bed. But other than it was just that one knock at that exact time, everything else remained normal. Gradually, I paid less attention to the knocking, and it eventually disappeared without me noticing. My parents were very busy with their new jobs, and I spent more and more time home alone. On those days, my mother would prepare meals for me in advance, and my father often called to make sure I was okay. They also asked our neighbor Cassie to keep an eye on me too. I would turn on all the lights in the house overnight, so everything was crystal clear in such bright light, which made me feel more at ease. Life in this crowded modern city made me feel lonely. It was not what I had imagined. I missed my old friends back in Chateau. In the new school, I found it was too hard to integrate to new environments and make new friends. One evening while my parents were away, I groggily woke up, hearing someone calling my name. I looked at the clock. It was midnight, and I briefly thought my parents had come home. The voice called out again, whispering mysteriously, "Adam." I startled and realized that the voice was coming from the wall. I immediately jumped up, ran to the door, and tried with all my might to open it, but it wouldn't budge. I muttered angrily, cursing the damn door. "Don't be scared, don't scream. I mean you no harm." The voice was very gentle, seemingly from a woman. Sitting down on the floor, breathing heavily, I couldn't tell if I was dreaming or if this was real. "Who's there?" I was very scared, but tried to sound tough. After a while of talking with that mysterious figure, I relaxed a bit and returned to my bed. The mysterious figure understood my feelings of loneliness. I fell asleep without realizing it. When I woke up in the morning, I wasn't sure if what had happened the night before was a dream or real, so I didn't tell my parents. They returned home after a 3-day work trip and then left again. Every time my parents were away, that mysterious figure would appear to talk to me. She introduced herself as Laura. Laura and I became friends, and she told me to keep it a secret. Otherwise, she would leave. I was so afraid of loneliness that I agreed. Whenever I had difficulties at school, I would confide in with her. My parents faced many challenges at work, and they often argued with each other. I would isolate myself in my room and block my ears to not hear any of those harsh language. Each time, Laura would appear and comfort me. She helped me learn how to overcome negative emotions, and I felt better every time I talked to Laura. I began to distance myself from my parents. Regardless of whether it was happy or sad, I just wanted to share everything with Laura. I got used to the voice and presence of that mysterious girl. My parents' caring words began to irritate me. I felt I was being controlled for no reason. I only believed what Laura said. I felt that having her was more than enough for my life. My parents noticed the changes in me and took me to see a psychiatrist. I found it ridiculous because I was completely healthy and my physical condition was good. I answered the doctor's questions vaguely, and I made the mistake of mentioning Laura. The doctor tried to get more information about her, but I completely fell silent after realizing my blunder. When we got home, my parents wouldn't stop talking about Laura and making their ridiculous assumptions. I ran upstairs, locked myself in my room, and sat in front of the wall, waiting for the time Laura would appear. I would apologize and hope she would forgive me for not keeping my promise. At exactly midnight, I called my mysterious friend's name as usual, but there was no response. I became anxious and frantic, yelling loudly for forgiveness and repeatedly banging my hands against the wall. I felt like I was going insane, digging and smashing at the wall in an effort to find Laura inside it. Outside my room, my father was trying to unlock the door while my mother was crying and begging me to calm down. About 15 minutes later, the police burst into my room, and seeing me in that state left them stunned. My mother screamed loudly and then passed out. The wall appeared to be smeared with a dark, red, stenchy liquid. I sat on the floor with most of my nails completely ripped off. I was taken to the hospital and admitted to a psychiatric ward, diagnosed with severe depression. I spent 5 years there trying to escape the thoughts of that mysterious girl. Now my life is better. I have a girlfriend named Laura, a real person who is ready to love and accept my flaws. I used to be a criminal detective, familiar with chasing criminals through the dusty streets of New York. But now, I sit in a small room, my ears filled with urgent calls through the 911 dispatch center. This is a punishment, or at least that's what my superiors call it. I made a mistake, a hasty arrest, and acting alone led to a case that wasn't fully solved. They sent me here to learn how to listen. 911, how can I help you? I pick up the phone, my voice monotonous after hours of non-stop calls. On the other end, a woman's voice hesitates. Hello, I just wanted to talk for a moment. Are you okay? I furrowed my brows. This is an emergency line, ma'am. Are you in trouble? No. I just want to know if you're okay, she says, laughing in a way that sounds out of place, as if trapped between a joke and panic. I glance at the clock. Only a few minutes left until my shift ends. I sigh. Ma'am, if this is not an emergency, I'll have to. A man's voice suddenly cuts in, commanding, Get in the car, quickly. I freeze. Are you in danger? Please answer yes or no. She chuckles as if I've said something absurd. Maybe yes. I sensed something was wrong. Tell me your location. Do you see any street signs, shops, or anything? There's a moment of silence, only the sound of wind through the phone. Then, she whispers, barely audible, as though afraid someone might hear. I don't know. If I get in the car, then I will. My heart races. Stay on the line. I signal to my colleague next to me, quickly redirecting the call to the patrol team. The man's voice returns, urgent and commanding. I grip the phone tightly, picturing the woman in my mind. We're sending people. Don't let them suspect. She doesn't answer, but I hear the man shout, followed by the sound of a car door slamming. The call disconnects. Soon after, I receive a message from an anonymous number. Thank you for doing your role well tonight. I freeze, realizing I've been played. They didn't just disrupt the system,
they led me into a trap. As I'm processing this, my colleague Jake rushes in, informing me of a kidnapping in the East City Park. A group of criminals took a child, and the patrol team was misdirected due to a fake signal. I dig through the call data and find out the group had hacked into the system, redirecting their calls to my 911 center. Step by step, I realized they had been watching me for a long time, carefully preparing to exploit any weaknesses. Just as my mind swirls with information and emotions, I get a call on my personal cell. Head west to the forest, 10 miles, to the abandoned house. Go alone, remember? It's the woman's voice from before, and the phone disconnects before I can respond. Jake asks if I'm okay, and I tell him to monitor the information. I'll request support if needed. I drive 20 minutes to the location they gave me, my mind on fire. Upon entering the abandoned house, I realize this isn't just a hideout. It's a hub for illegal transactions. Hidden cameras are mounted at corners, the doors are reinforced, and a small control panel with modern electronics sits in the middle of the room. The sound of footsteps from upstairs makes me stop. Instinctively, I move slowly toward the living room. There, a woman sits in a chair with a small gun in hand. She must be the one who called me. A sense of unease starts to creep in. Where are the rest of her gang? I glance at the screen on the control panel. The security camera feed shows clearly. 2 of her associates are upstairs, seemingly busy ransacking the place or preparing to escape. One is standing near a window, holding a phone, likely in contact with someone. My gut tells me there's not much time left. They'll quickly realize I'm here and find a way to stop me, even destroy me. In a sudden move, I throw the flashlight at the woman, distracting her. I rush forward, disarming her before she can open fire. From upstairs, the sound of hurried footsteps comes down. I hear a man's angry voice. What's going on? I drag the woman toward the door, using her as a shield as the 2 other men charge down the stairs. They freeze when they see her subdued. You won't get away, one of them roars, but I hear the sound of police sirens in the distance. They point their guns at me and fire repeatedly, regardless of their own safety. In their frantic, reckless gaze, only selfishness and anger remain. I quickly pull the woman under the table to shield from the gunfire, but I'm too slow. One bullet hits her in the stomach, and her painful scream echoes. Immediately after, another bullet pierces my arm, the sharp pain spreading, making my whole arm go numb. The SWAT team rushes in, arresting the entire group. The sound of the child crying fills the air. I freeze, a familiar sensation coursing through me. Vincent! I call out my son's name involuntarily. The child cries while calling for his father, and my heart tightens as the door is broken open, revealing my son tied up in the corner of the room. After the case is concluded, I spend the whole night reviewing what happened. A sense of unease creeps in as I look at the files and equipment retrieved from the abandoned house. Among them is a list of names, addresses, and detailed financial information. Each line of text clearly appears under the desk lamp's light, and one name stands out: the leader of the human trafficking ring I had dismantled 5 years ago. Turning through other documents, I see scrawled notes describing a detailed plan. They had been watching me for a long time, recording my habits, work, and even my family. Red circles on a map of New York City mark areas where they once had operations. At the bottom of the stack, an old, slightly blurred photo shows a dark room with victims bound. I recognize it as the warehouse where they used to hide people before I took down their network all those years ago. When checking the hard drive of the computer, I find short video clips. One of them shows me working at the 911 dispatch center, secretly filmed from a distance. Another video records my family at a park. Details slowly reveal the full picture. They are remnants of the case I once handled. The woman, Marlene, is the mastermind who took over after her late husband's death. He had been taken down by me when the investigation team discovered him. This plan not only aims to continue their illegal activities, but is also a way to get revenge on me. They want me to experience fear and helplessness, just like what they felt when their whole network was destroyed years ago. Even though the case is over, the haunting never lets go. The images in the files, the woman's eyes as she was restrained, and the child's screams still echo in my head every night. I propose the formation of an in-depth investigation team focused on tracking down the remaining members of the organization. Though I know this fight won't be easy, I feel a stronger resolve than ever. I must end this threat once and for all.
At midnight in a fancy Houston apartment, Orla was anxiously pacing around the living room. The TV was buzzing with news about mysterious disappearances, and they still couldn't find the person responsible. Orla listened closely to the news, her face showing fear. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Orla was startled. It would have been a normal sound during the day. But it was midnight now, and the tension from the news had Orla freaking out. The knocking continued, and Orla walked up, peered through the peephole, and raised her voice. "Who is it?" Suddenly, a white eye appeared in the peephole.
Hello, I'm the building's fire safety maintenance staff.
The sight of those white eyes startled Orla again, and she instinctively stepped back. That guy looked like he was trying to peek into Orla's place through the peephole. Orla was totally thrown off and answered with a stutter. Are you here to check the fire stuff at midnight?"
This is my last stop, trying to wrap up today so I can have tomorrow off. Hope you'll help me out.
Orla was still really unsure and cautious, but the guy kept knocking harder, so Orla had to open the door. As soon as Orla opened the door, someone pushed it quite forcefully from outside. In front of Orla was a guy, around 40, dressed in a staff uniform. He said his name was Julian and flashed a big smile. He had a special tool in one hand, gripping the doorknob tight with the other and bracing his foot against the door. Seeing Orla looking worried, Julian said he'd try to wrap it up fast and head out, since he was beat after a long day. Orla stepped aside to let Julian come in. Getting inside, Julian didn't get to work right away. He sat down on the couch, checking out Orla's place with a smile. Julian started talking nonsense, acting all confident about it. Orla was still by the door, looking totally confused and worried. Orla kinda shrugged and gave short answers to Julian's questions, looking pretty uncomfortable. Orla reminded Julian to get back to work, and he instantly dropped his smile and stopped his rambling story. Julian glanced at Orla, a bit annoyed that she interrupted him. He got up and started checking around the fire alarm in the living room. Only then did Orla finally feel brave enough to step away from the door and head to the kitchen. As soon as she walked past Julian, he joked with her. "Do you know about all those disappearances lately? They're saying all the victims were young girls who lived by themselves." Orla looked at Julian's face and got chills, clearly worried. Orla stood there like she was glued to the floor. She kept her eyes on Julian, watching his every move closely. Orla noticed something weird about this guy, and to top it off, she was alone. Orla was trying to figure out how to kick him out of the apartment as soon as possible. After checking the fire stuff, Julian just walked into the bedroom without even asking. Orla was lost in thought, unable to react quickly. Orla yelled out, but Julian had already gone into the bedroom. When she walked in, Julian was grinning at her pajamas laid out on the bed. Orla nervously told the guy to come back tomorrow for another checkup. Julian, of course, didn't listen. He was being super sarcastic about it. "You shouldn't be alone, sweetheart. It's not safe." After saying that, Julian went into the bathroom chuckling to himself. Orla immediately dashed to grab a stun baton from the drawer, turned off all the lights in the house, and stood by the bathroom door. Julian didn't react one bit. With the stun baton in her hand, Orla could hear her heart pounding loudly in the eerie silence. Julian bolted out of the bathroom. He used his strength to overpower Orla and pin her down. Julian tossed the baton aside, but Orla was hell-bent on fighting back, no matter what. Julian ripped Orla's shirt, intending to assault her. His smile made Orla feel sickened. At that moment, the TV was still on, with more clues about the guy behind the recent disappearances on the news. Caught on a convenience store camera, the culprit is a tall, attractive woman with long hair. She was wearing tight black clothes. Julian freaked out when he heard the news on TV after coming back to the bedroom, like he just figured something out. He glanced at Orla and then the bathroom. When Orla saw her chance, she kicked Julian hard in the balls, making him scream in pain. Orla dashed over to grab the baton off the ground, making a wicked grin. She pressed the button on the baton firmly against Julian's thigh. Orla cracked up at Julian's agony. She stepped away briefly and came back with a sharp knife in hand, pointing it right at Julian's face. Turns out, Orla's the one behind the disappearances. In the bathroom, Julian spotted the outfit she always wore when she was up to no good. Getting caught by camera, she's been glued to the news, feeling all worried and unsure. Even though Julian kinda knew Orla's true self, he couldn't resist his desires. Thinking he could totally get Orla to give in, he didn't split right away, but wanted to mess with her a bit first. Julian was freaking out, bawling his eyes out and begging Orla to let him live. But with the icy heart of a killer, Orla's answer was a flat-out no. 2 days later, the news said another person had gone missing in the city. This is the first man to go missing out of all the cases so far. I'm JC, 20 years old. I have a brother named Nathan who's 2 years older than me. We didn't get a lot of love growing up. My mom passed away early because of a serious illness, and my dad started drinking because he was so heartbroken. He was often drunk and would hit us for no reason. Nathan was pretty thin and just a bit taller than me. He was always getting picked on by his friends, and the ringleader of that annoying group was Frank. Frank was a head taller than him and almost twice as heavy. He never cried. He always stood up to the tough hits, but in the end, he still ended up losing. 10 years ago, when we were 10 and 12, the city kept reporting about kids going missing. 3 high school kids had gone missing, and they still hadn't been found. People were very scared and confused. Buses to school started coming less and less often. All our classmates had their parents pick them up and drop them off to make sure they stayed safe. Only Chris and we were left. He'd just moved into Nathan's class. Unlike Nathan, who's kind of small and frail, Chris is tall and healthy. We started getting closer over time, so we weren't as lonely, and Chris also looked out for Nathan. It's been 2 weeks since the first person went missing, and the police still hadn't found either the victim or the culprit. One day at school, Chris wasn't on the bus. I said, "Chris must not be feeling well today." But Nathan looked really worried. That day turned into a nightmare for Nathan. Since Frank hadn't seen Chris, he took it out on Nathan, hitting him as a kind of catch-up for the past few days. I rushed in to protect Nathan with all the strength I had. After that fight, we were both covered in bruises. We were still pretty happy and felt really brave. The next morning, when we got to school, we were shocked to hear that Chris was the kidnapper's next victim. I could see how worried Nathan was, He didn't talk or laugh for the next few days. Nathan went back to being bullied and just gave up. A week later, Frank was the next victim. Frank's disappearance showed just how clever the kidnapper was. Frank vanished the moment he ran to his car after school. I know it sounds bad, but I was actually relieved when Frank got kidnapped. One day I woke up from a nightmare, yelling Nathan's name and searching the whole house for him. I didn't feel relieved until I saw that Nathan was safe. I had a dream that Nathan was the next kidnapper's victim. He vanished into a bunch of black balloons right in front of the school gate. Another time, I dreamed about a guy in black holding a bunch of black balloons. He had a creepy mask on and a wicked smile. I told Nathan and my classmates about my weird dreams, and I thought they might be the kidnappers. But no one took my dreams seriously. One day, right after we finished school, 2 police showed up. They wanted to talk to me and share some info. They found the first kidnapping victim, but the boy had already passed away. The boy was holding on to bits of black rubber, which they think came from the balloons. At the spot where Frank was kidnapped, they also found several black balls stuck in the trees. The police asked me if I knew anything else about the kidnapping, and I told them it was just random dreams. After the police left, my dad lost it and started hitting me. Nathan did his best to stop. He hugged me tight to keep me safe. After that beating, Nathan ran out of the house. I saw him quickly wipe away his tears. I tried to call Nathan and chase after him, but my dad stopped me and locked me in my room. Just like in my dream, Nathan vanished, and there were 13 black balloons hanging by the gate. I cried a lot and was really mad at my dad. I blamed him for not caring about us and wondered why we didn't get any love from him. Later, when I got older, I understood how much my dad loved my mom. I kept calling the police station to check on the status of the investigation into Nathan's whereabouts. By the end of each call, I was getting more and more frustrated. A week later, I went back to school, but I couldn't focus on anything. I was shocked to see a bunch of black balloons pinned up on the board. But within a few seconds, the teacher turned off the projector to end the class. I had a lot of questions running through my mind. Suddenly, I heard the teacher and a few friends laughing. I heard some laughter that seemed a bit familiar, but I quickly forgot about it. At night, I took my pillow into Nathan's room to sleep. I'd always ask God to protect him and bring him back home. I had another dream about that weird guy standing in front of a house with a creepy smile, holding a bunch of black balloons. 1300 Pennsylvania is the address of that house. I quickly jotted down the address, thought about it for a bit, and decided to check out that house. It was a small house on a winding road, way at the end and kind of isolated. The house was empty, and when I peeked through the window, I saw that the furniture inside was old and pretty messy. I noticed there were a ton of black balloons inside. I could hear loud rattling noises coming from the basement. I grabbed a stick lying nearby, tapped it on the windowsill, and waited nervously. I heard a faint knocking sound coming from somewhere. I was sure it was Nathan. We came up with that sound to recognize each other. I quickly searched around the house, but I was startled and screamed loudly when that strange man suddenly appeared. He laughed loudly and quickly grabbed me. I jumped up, surrounded by Nathan's room, and slapped myself in the face to make sure I wasn't dreaming. It was almost dawn, so I called the police right away. I gave them the address, described the house, and told them about the strange man from my dream. But my hopes were completely crushed when the police told me the address I gave them didn't exist. It's been 10 years, and the search for Nathan and the other victims has stopped. This year he would have been 22. graduating from college and looking forward to a bright future. Where is he? Is he living under a different name and with a new look? I never lost hope that Nathan was still out there and that he'd come back someday.
I'm Alice, 62 years old, living in Forsyth, Georgia. I've just experienced the most terrible pain a mother can feel, losing my 32-year-old son, Joe Thompson, so suddenly. The boy was found in the sofa in the living room with a blanket covering him, and he was in a state of suffocation. The cause of death was determined to be arrhythmia. Joe was a healthy and kind police officer. For 32 years, my son never showed any unusual signs of heart health. The boy was still in the process of reconciling with his girlfriend in hopes of returning to the happy life he once had with their 2 young children. The sudden loss of my son has plunged my life into severe turmoil. A few weeks after Joe's passing, I received a handwritten letter from Marie, 69 years old, living in Cobb County, Georgia. I had no knowledge of her. We lived more than an hour's drive apart, but reading Marie's heartfelt words and sharing her thoughts made me cry a lot. Hello, Mrs. Thompson. I am Marie Rose. You must be very curious about why I am writing this letter. I have seen the case of your son, and I truly sympathize with and share in your sorrow during this difficult time, because I have been through it myself. My son was also an exemplary police officer, but he passed away 6 years ago with the same cause of death as your son's. I sought a way to contact Marie, as if my soul was searching for a bit of warmth and comfort. We called each other to talk. I'm a little luckier because I still have 2 grandsons, while Marie only has 1. 2 elderly mothers, united by the same pain and understanding. We quickly became close. I gained a friend, a great source of comfort that helped me get through the difficult times. After about 2 months of talking on the phone, we arranged to meet at a location halfway between Forsyth and Cobb. As soon as we met, we hugged each other and burst into tears. Marie is very gentle, warm, and always smiles with optimism. We ate and chatted happily. You told me that you have 2 grandsons, right? Marie asked. That's right. They're 5 and 3 years old, very much like Joe, my son. But right now, they're living with their mother. My relationship with their mother isn't very good. Can I see some pictures of them? I used to wish I would have little ones calling me Grandma, but then I quickly opened my phone to show Marie the family photos from when my son was still alive. How wonderful! They look just like their father. Marie's compliment made me smile, my eyes welling up with tears. Alice, Marie's voice suddenly turned serious. This is, she pointed to the photo of my son's girlfriend. Natalie, my son's girlfriend. She's beautiful, isn't she? But this is my daughter-in-law, Marie interrupted me, exclaiming. Silence enveloped us as Marie and I stared at each other, filled with countless questions. So, my son and Marie's son had many similarities. Both were police officers. They died in the same way and for the same reason. And most striking of all, they shared the same woman, Natalie. Immediately, we exchanged information about Natalie. She was my son's girlfriend for 7 years, but has been Marie's son's legal wife for nearly 10 years. Currently, on paper, Natalie and Marie's son are still married. She receives his pension and all the other benefits reserved for the wife of a deceased officer. So Natalie had been having an affair with my son even before her husband passed away. Since there were no children involved and her husband passed away at a young age, Marie supported Natalie moving on and remarrying. The 2 of them hadn't been in contact for a long time. As for me, Natalie was my son's girlfriend, They had been living together for nearly 6 years, had 2 children together, but never married, even though my son had proposed countless times. To me, Natalie was neither a good girlfriend nor a good mother. My son, in order to support his girlfriend's lavish lifestyle, had to work both as a police officer and a gas station attendant at the same time. Alice, who is the beneficiary of your son's life insurance after his death? Marie's question made me shiver instantly. We decided to ask the police to reopen the case of our 2 sons to clarify everything. The true face of the devil, hidden beneath the appearance of a beautiful and elegant woman, was finally exposed. Natalie. She was like a parasitic bloodsucker, with my son and Marie's son as her victims. At Natalie's house, the police found a can of antifreeze, the substance she had used to poison the 2 men who had loved her with all their hearts in the same manner. What she wanted was nothing but worship and money, repaying love with disgusting cruelty. In the end, Natalie had to pay the price with a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Marie and I became close friends, like sisters, living positively and meaningfully in our later years. The story above is based on a true case involving the tragic deaths of 2 police officers, Randy Thompson and Glenn Turner. They were sincere and warm-hearted men, but cruel fate took them from this world at a young age, found in the same position, with the same cause of death, and at the hands of the same killer, Lynn Turner. She was dubbed the Black Widow by the media, after the name of a venomous spider that kills its mate after mating. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole and died at the age of 42 while still serving her sentence, bringing an end to the life of a cold-blooded and ungrateful murderer.
I'm James, 42 years old, working as a security guard for the West Village apartment building, New York, USA. This is a small apartment building with 7 floors, a small number of residents, and a quiet place. I know a woman named Ava, 67 years old. She lives alone in an apartment on the 6th floor. Ava is reserved and prefers to observe everything around her. She has gone through many things in life. Her husband and daughter died in a car accident, and since then, Ava has lived alone. I often talk to Ava, feeling very peaceful and warm. If my mother were still alive, she would be the same age as Ava is now. One evening around 11 o'clock, I was on the night shift. Suddenly, footsteps and murmurs rang out.
6th floor, house number. 6th floor, house number.
The sound of footsteps and mumbling grew closer and closer. I startled to see the silhouette of a woman with loose hair. It turned out to be Miss Ava. She doesn't remember the house number and has been wandering around the apartment since afternoon. Ava said she asked for help from several people here, but they all ignored what Ava said. I took Ava back to her apartment and brought her some food. Recently, Ava began showing signs of Alzheimer's disease. Ava forgot what I said just a few minutes ago. Ava's illness worsened as she continued to wander and mumble every night. For about 2 days now, I haven't seen Ava anywhere. I worriedly went to Ava's apartment and rang the bell many times, but Ava didn't open the door. I called Ava and heard the bell ringing from inside the house. Feeling that something bad was going on, I immediately informed the building management, telling them to quickly open Ava's apartment. After opening the door, I and the management board went into the apartment. Everything in the apartment is still intact and tidy. There were no unusual signs. The only unusual thing was that Ava could not be found. The building's management board immediately called the police, and the footage from the camera in the apartment were also provided. The last image recorded by the camera was when Ava entered the elevator on the 3rd floor and disappeared. People in the apartment complex don't pay much attention to Ava's disappearance. The search for Ava is still ongoing. It's been 10 days since she went missing. Late that afternoon, I was informed by the people living in the 6th floor apartment that there was a fight between two men. I immediately ran into the elevator to go to the 6th floor. When the elevator stopped, I looked up at the display board and was startled to realize I had pressed the wrong number 5 for the floor. Before I could press the elevator to go to the 6th floor, the elevator door opened. Immediately, the stench entered my nostrils. An object immediately fell on me. I reflexively raised my hand to block it. It was Ava, to be exact. It was her body. Her face was close to mine, gray, her hair hanging down, and a terrible stench. My hands could feel her flesh melting as I held the body. I was shocked and speechless. The elevator warning sound kept ringing. I dragged Ava's body into the elevator and pressed a button to go down. The building management board and police were present to get information and scramble the scene. And I stood looking at Ava's body for a long time. After investigating and documenting all information, the police concluded the cause of her death as follows. The 5th floor of the building was blocked by an iron door, 50 centimeters from the elevator door. The iron door was locked. Because of Alzheimer's disease, Ava mistakenly pressed the elevator to the 5th floor and not the 6th floor. Ava walked out of the elevator door before she could turn back. The elevator closed and went down. The 5th floor is an area that was acquired a few months ago, so no one goes there anymore. So she had been stuck here for the past 2 days of her disappearance and all the days of searching. The police tried standing at the location where Ava was stuck and yelled, which was clearly heard by part of the area on the 4th and 6th floors. So why didn't anyone heed Ava's plea for help? My name is Chris, 28 years old. I'm working in the auto parts business. My girlfriend is Daria, and we have been in love for 3 years. We're really close with another couple, Oscar and Emily. They were getting married in the end of that year. Over Labor Day, 4 of us took a long road trip across the state. We figured the trip would take about a week. We got all the essentials ready and were pumped to load up the new Chevrolet Silverado. Oscar and I switched off driving. For the first 3 days of the trip, everything went really smoothly. We discovered new places, amazing scenery, great people, and delicious food. Everything was wonderful. We really soaked up the good times with youth, love, and friendship. On the 4th day, we drove over to the Panhandle in northwest Texas. The air of the countryside was so fresh and peaceful. We pulled over by a cornfield next to a clear lake. The size of that cornfield was just unbelievable. The green was so refreshing to look at, and the smell of the grass was just amazing. I just watched for a bit and started to wonder, why are there so many scarecrows if they're just attracting more crows? Emily and Oscar noticed it too and agreed. The corn plants were fully grown, but they were really dry, like they hadn't been taken care of in days. Emily wasn't a fan of crows. She always thought they brought bad luck. But my friend Daria thought all animals were cute, so she wasn't bothered by them at all. Daria walked over to a crow that was hanging out on the ground near us. We took our eyes off Daria and looked at the lake and cornfield. Suddenly, Daria screamed and startled all 3 of us. "The crow! It's eating a human finger!" Oscar burst out laughing and said, "Crows eat meat too. It's just an unlucky little bird." Emily agreed with Oscar and suggested we head to the lake to swim. Oscar was all for it. I took Daria's hand, quickly pulling her into the fun. That crow thing quickly left my mind. While I was having a great time swimming in the lake, I heard this weird groaning sound coming from somewhere. I looked over at the cornfield and listened closely. Oscar tapped me on the shoulder and asked what was up. After I mentioned hearing someone groaning, the others tried to listen closely, but they couldn't hear anything. It was probably just the water flowing in and messing with my hearing. We went back to having fun until we were all tired and starving. By the afternoon, we talked about setting up a tent and camping out here for the night. We had 2 tents set up and a barbecue going. We all had dinner together and enjoyed some wine. Toward the end of the little party, the wine bottle was nearly empty. Oscar and I were a bit tipsy and ended up acting like total goofballs. Because of some random comment, we both lost it, which led to an argument and a bit of a fight. Daria and Emily quickly stepped in and stopped us, but the harsh words and punches that had been thrown couldn't be undone. We headed to the tents we'd set up earlier, and Daria was busy bandaging my elbow. Out of nowhere, we heard a car engine, and Daria and I jumped out of the tent right away. Oscar and Emily drove off. Daria ran after them, shouting loudly, but the car just sped up even more. She was desperately calling out her friends' names. I was just stunned, feeling really angry and let down by their behavior. When I got back to the tent, I hugged Daria, who was crying and scared. I reassured Daria that everything would be fine. We still had our phone, so we could just call a ride and go home. But then we were hit with a huge letdown. The phone had no signal at all. Daria and I had to sleep in the tent until morning. In the middle of the night, I woke up groggy from hearing a loud scream. I yanked open the tent door and looked outside. It was dark, with insects chirping, but no more screams. The scarecrow in the cornfield had its head tilted to one side and was staring right at me. My heart skipped a beat when I saw its face peeking out from under the wide-brimmed hat. Its eyes looked almost white. I didn't want to know, and I definitely didn't want to find out. I quickly locked the tent door and lay down next to Daria. I was not sure how much later, but I woke up again. Seeing Daria sitting there, looking terrified and staring at the tent door, I jumped up and asked her what was wrong. Daria was shaking and then started crying, saying, "I heard Emily crying for help." I hugged my girlfriend and said, "It's just a dream. Everything will be okay." Suddenly, we heard a noise like something falling right outside the tent door, and it freaked us out. A flock of crows swooped down on the fallen object and started fighting over their midnight snack. But then a horrible stench filled our nose, almost making us gag, along with the noise of the crows. I opened the tent door to try and scare the crows away and get rid of the smell, but I screamed in panic when I saw what the crows were fighting over. It was a rotting human head. The crows had torn the head into 2 halves and pecked at the flesh a bit. The lips were sewn together tightly. I grabbed Daria's hand, but her legs were so weak she could barely stand. The scarecrow I'd just seen collapsed as soon as we ran past it. The awful smelling slime splattered all over the ground. We were so freaked out, we collapsed when we realized that the scarecrow had lost its head. I dragged Daria with me, running as fast as far as I could, since we had no other option. When we saw the house, it felt like a beacon of hope. I pounded on the door, desperately begging for help. A middle-aged man opened the door, and once we were inside, I told him everything that had happened. The landlord also helped us call the police. After we reported everything to the police, the landlord kindly let us stay overnight. The next morning we went back to the cornfield. Daria and I were surprised to see the Silverado in the field with its front end all smashed up. The police found over 10 scarecrows scattered around the field, and they were all actual people. They all had been tortured in the same way. Their hands and feet were tied, their mouths sewn shut, and they were dressed in sacks to look like scarecrows. Some had hats on, while others had sacks over their heads. 4 of them had died from hunger and exhaustion. They were identified as people who had been missing for the past 3 weeks. Among the scarecrows were Oscar and Emily. Emily had her lips sewn shut, but the rest of her was otherwise okay. Oscar, on the other hand, was badly injured and had lost a lot of blood. Emily told the police that two tall guys in scarecrow-like sacks had blocked their car. Oscar lost control of the car and ended up crashing into a big tree. Since he fought back, Oscar got brutally beaten by the two men, while Emily desperately begged them to stop. A few months have passed, and Emily and Oscar had their wedding. Things between us have also gotten better, but the two cold-blooded murderers are still at large. Who knows what they'll do next?
My name is... I don't even remember anymore. But that's not as important as what I'm about to tell you. My girlfriend is Fiona. Luckily, I still remember her name. She's very, very beautiful, with a figure that perfectly blends with femininity and personality. We've been together for a few years, but recently I had to leave because of an incident that happened. Now I am back, ready to give her some truly big surprises. I was inside a giant bear brick, over 5 feet tall, and only an adult can move it. The bear is placed in the living room, next to the sofa. It's a bit hot and stuffy, but I'm really excited, looking forward to seeing Fiona's reaction. I can observe Fiona, figure things out clearly, and then suddenly appear to scare her a little. A little more information about Fiona. She has a design job that matches the field she studied. Her job is quite busy, but I can see the effort and passion my girlfriend puts into it. I support her, without a doubt. As for me, I work as a construction worker with a high income, but it's also very hard and takes up a lot of time. We set goals for our life together and dedicate a few years of our youth to striving towards those goals. Recently, because I've been so busy, I haven't been able to spend much time with Fiona. I'm sorry. This is a very important project. I could make a lot of money from it, and even get a promotion, so... I understand, my love. I'm fine. It's just a few months. Fiona interrupted me. I truly feel grateful for her understanding and love Fiona even more. Once the project is over, I will confess my love to her. Finances will no longer be a big issue for me. Despite the late dinners, yet Fiona still patiently waits for me to come home. She cares for me, checks in on me more, and shares some of the stress and exhaustion I'm going through. On our anniversary, that I completely forgot about, I came home looking dirty and exhausted. Fiona had prepared a lavish dinner with roses and even a gift. I was deeply moved, holding back tears and blaming myself for forgetting such an important occasion. I'm so sorry, and thank you so much, Fiona, I said, holding her tightly and whispering. She smiled and gently pushed me away. Open the gift. Fiona eagerly handed the gift box to me. Safety boots, I exclaimed as I opened the gift and looked at Fiona. She smiled and nodded. I chose the best quality ones for you. Remember to use them tomorrow. I love this girl so much more, and I'm even more certain that I want to marry her. The next day at work, when I was fully equipped with all the necessary protective gear, a colleague stared intently at the safety boots Fiona had given me. Are you really going to use them? They look so weak. They're the best ones available right now, my friend, I said with a proud smile, then quickly got to work. A few times while working, I nearly slipped and fell. My colleague, both worried and a little annoyed, advised me to switch to a different pair of shoes. But I chose to trust Fiona, trust her care, and trust in our relationship. I fell from a height of over 40 feet and landed with my whole body.
I felt the pieces of brick and stone at the construction site sticking into my own skin with the sound of bones breaking and muscles tearing. A warm, thick red liquid flowed out from my body. A lot of it. And then I went through fragmented memories in the ambulance, then in the hospital. I endured pain that escalated exponentially, never easing. I couldn't breathe on my own and had to wear a machine in my mouth, which was very uncomfortable. And then everything went black. I couldn't remember, couldn't see, and couldn't feel anything anymore. Today, I finally returned to my beloved home. I glanced at the calendar on the wall. October 31st. So I had been away from home for almost 4 months. Quite a long time. I quickly hid inside the bear, waiting for nearly 3 hours to see Fiona come back. She's cut her hair short. Looks pretty good on her. Behind her was Baron, my closest friend. I had already guessed. He was carrying quite a bit of stuff. "Have you finished handling Jonathan's insurance paperwork?" Baron whispered, holding Fiona's waist. "It's all done, my love. $1.4 million. I'll be smiling all night," Fiona flirted as she leaned into Baron's embrace and they shared a kiss. The emotions inside me at that moment, I'm not even sure anymore. Suddenly she looked toward me, jumped up and shouted, "I forgot about this damn stupid teddy bear. Jonathan's meaningless gift. I have to get rid of it." "Do you still see Jonathan?" Baron asked, his voice filled with concern. "Almost every night. It's like he's still lurking around here. His horrifying image when he fell keeps me from sleeping. Stay with me tonight, will you?" Fiona pouted. "Of course. I have a way to get him out of here. Forever." Baron smirked cryptically as he pulled out an old book, a crucifix, a rosary, candles, and a small knife. That bastard lit the candle, picked up the book, and started mumbling, with his other hand constantly waving the knife. What he was doing made me feel pain and dizziness.
Never in a million years did I think a gift from my boyfriend Ramon would turn into my worst nightmare. He got me this gift certificate for Serenity Spa, saying I'd been working too hard and needed a day to relax. I wasn't about to go alone, so I asked my best friend Trisha to come with me. She was all for it, joking that I basically had the perfect boyfriend. Saturday morning, we hit the road, laughing and chatting the whole way, totally pumped for a great day. But when we got there, it was a letdown. The parking lot was empty, nothing like the fancy pictures on the website. The only car around was this old truck parked near the back door, windshield covered in dust. The Serenity Spa sign was all faded and barely hanging on, swaying in the wind like it was about to give up. We had just stepped out of the car when this woman stumbled out of the spa. Her skin was ghostly pale, eyes blank, like she'd just seen something straight out of a horror movie. The woman suddenly grabbed my hand, her voice shaky as she muttered, "You'd better get out of here." Then she took off, not even glancing back. I just stood there, staring after her, but Trisha shrugged it off, told me I was overthinking, and headed straight into the spa. Inside, it was way gloomier than I expected. The old yellow lamps barely lit up the place, making it feel more like some rundown bar than a spa. The air reeked of lavender essential oil, not the calming kind, but overpowering, thick, and suffocating. At the reception desk, an old woman gave us this weak smile. Her eyes were cold. "Welcome to Serenity Spa. Please leave your phone at the counter for the best relaxation experience." I hesitated, but Trisha casually dropped her phone, flashing me a look that basically said, "You're being paranoid." Not wanting to be the weird one, I followed her lead. We got led into the massage room. The loudspeaker crackled, telling us to lie face down on the bed. As we got settled, the door creaked open, and 2 staff members walked in. They didn't say a word, just started working like they were on autopilot. The second their hands touched me, I shivered. Their skin wasn't soft like a professional masseuse. It was rough, calloused, like someone who did hard labor. But their movements weren't bad, so I didn't think too much about it and eventually let myself relax. By the time the massage was over, my body felt looser, way more comfortable, and I was starting to get a little sleepy. Next, they led Trisha and me to the sauna. The hallway to the sauna was long, narrow, and kinda dark. I glanced over at Trisha. She still looked excited, totally unfazed by the weird, heavy vibe hanging in the air. When we got to a big wooden door, the old receptionist stopped and turned to me with this weird smile. I was about to follow Trisha inside when she gently lifted her hand, stopping me. "This way, please." She gestured toward another door. I frowned. She just tilted her head slightly, like she was watching for my reaction. Then, real slow, she said, "We have individual treatments for each client." I turned to Trisha, expecting her to say something, but she just shrugged, totally unbothered. "It's probably just how they do things, chill," she said, patting my hand before heading into the room across from mine. I pressed my lips together and stepped into my sauna, feeling a little uneasy. The room was smaller than I expected, airtight, the wooden walls making it feel even more cramped. Steam filled the space, thick and heavy, settling into my skin. I sat down on a long wooden bench, trying to let my body relax, telling myself it was just my imagination running wild. A few minutes later, this floral scent drifted through the air. At first, it was nice, relaxing even. But then, out of nowhere, I started feeling dizzy. Something was definitely off. I couldn't sit still anymore. I jumped up from the bench. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I bolted for the door, hands shaking as I grabbed the doorknob and shoved it open. Stepping into the hallway, I shook my head, trying to clear the fog in my brain, then ran straight to the room across from mine, the one Trisha had gone into. The sauna door was wide open, but she wasn't there. Panic hit me like a truck. I spun around and sprinted to the reception desk, barely able to catch my breath. "Where's my friend?" My voice came out shaky, almost frantic. The old woman behind the counter still had that same eerie smile, her eyes blank and cold. "You came here alone." My whole body locked up, but my heart was racing like crazy. I shook my head over and over, refusing to believe what I had just heard. "No, I came with Trisha. We walked in together. What did you do to her?" I was practically screaming, but the woman just shook her head, still wearing that weird, knowing smile. Panic surged through me. I demanded my phone back. She frowned like I was being a nuisance, then listened to something on her walkie-talkie before reluctantly handing it over. I wasted no time. I called the police. They showed up in about 10 minutes. I told them everything, pointing at the reception desk where the woman still stood, completely still, and then toward the sauna room. One officer stayed to talk to me, while the other went over to check the security footage. The screen flickered on, and I watched. There I was, pushing open the door, walking down the hallway, stopping at the front desk, chatting with the receptionist, taking the gift certificate, and heading to the changing room. But it was just me, no Trisha. How the hell was this possible? I knew she was with me. I heard her laughing in the car, and yet in this video she didn't exist. I stumbled back, feeling like the ground beneath me was crumbling, dragging me into a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. I yelled at them to check again, begged them to look closer, but all I got were pitying glances from the policeman. Then they called a psychiatrist. I fought against it, trying to explain, trying to make them understand. But the more I talked, the more convinced they were that I was losing it. They checked my phone. No text from Trisha. There was nothing. No texts, no photos, no calls, No proof that Trisha had ever been a part of my life. I couldn't wrap my head around it. The police called Ramon. When he showed up, I felt this tiny flicker of hope, like maybe he would believe me. But then I looked into his eyes, and I knew he didn't believe me either. He squeezed my hand tight, his voice soft, like he was calming a scared kid. "Baby, you must be imagining things. You're just stressed." I stared at him, wide-eyed, my whole world crashing down. Shocked, hopeless, dizzy, weak. I barely resisted as Ramon led me home. 3 days later, I forced myself to go to the police station. I needed answers. I sat there, completely still, gripping the cold metal chair, my eyes locked on the computer screen in front of me. The security footage from Serenity Spa played again. The cops rewound it over and over, checked every angle, but nothing changed. No way. My voice shook. This can't be right. The officer next to me glanced over, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He let out a small sigh, then turned toward another cop standing by the door. The guy nodded and walked out without a word. A few minutes later, the door creaked open. A woman in a white coat stepped inside. "Hello, Vanessa. I'm Dr. Carter, the police department's psychologist." My whole body went stiff. It felt like I was slowly sinking into freezing water, my breath catching in my throat. They thought I was crazy. "No!" I shook my head hard. "No, I'm not crazy. Trisha was there. She was with me. I remember. Please, you have to believe me." I broke down again, my nerves stretched so thin they felt like they were about to snap. Helpless, trapped. I screamed just to get it all out. The months after that were a blur. The doctor put me on sedatives. Ramon never left my side, taking care of me like I was fragile. My family hovered, worried sick, so I learned to fake it. I pretended I didn't remember what happened at Serenity Spa. Pretended I really was losing my mind. Pretended it was all just some hallucination. Only then did they stop looking at me with pity. Only then did they stop forcing me into endless therapy sessions. One afternoon, I was sitting in the living room, half watching TV, when a news report came on. A bizarre accident in front of the police station. A woman, dead, her body mutilated. I couldn't look away from the screen. It was her, the same woman who had stumbled out of Serenity Spa that day. I was in shock, my chest tightening like I was about to cry. Right then, Ramon walked in. I bolted to the bathroom, gripping the sink, taking deep breaths to calm down. Something was off. Something was seriously wrong. One evening, I was cleaning out the car. In the dim light, I noticed something roll across the floor. A bracelet. Trisha's bracelet. I picked it up, my whole body going cold. I knew it was hers. I had seen it on her wrist that morning when we left the house, when she sat right next to me in the car. So how the hell did it end up here? If Trisha had never existed, like everyone kept telling me, then why was her bracelet sitting in my car? I clutched it tight, my confusion twisting into something darker, pure, bone-deep fear. It all started with that damn gift certificate, the one Ramon gave me. He was the one who insisted I bring Trisha. He was always the one saying I had issues, always pushing me into therapy. What if? I kept my mouth shut, played along, but I couldn't sleep. Every night, the nightmares came. Serenity Spa, that woman, Trisha disappearing. I needed answers. One morning, after Ramon left early for work, I snuck into his office. I'd never paid much attention to this place before, but now I was seeing it with new eyes. I started searching, my heart pounding in my chest. Then I found it, a USB drive tucked behind a stack of documents. My hands were shaking as I plugged it into my laptop. The screen flickered on, a video, files. On the screen, there I was standing inside Serenity Spa, and right next to me was Trisha. Everything I told the police was right there on the screen. This was the proof. I wasn't crazy. But what really shattered me was the last file. It was a list of names, each with a date next to it. Women, customers, victims, goods. I scrolled through the list, and my world fell apart when I saw a familiar name, Trisha. The date next to her name was the exact day we went to Serenity Spa. Ramon had lied to me. He knew exactly what Serenity Spa was. He was part of it, which meant I had been living with a monster. I sent the video and the victim list to everyone I could, my parents, my friends, my co-workers, the police. I didn't have time. I had no idea how closely Ramon had been watching me, or how many hidden cameras were in this apartment. One thing was clear: I had to disappear before he found out I knew the truth. But as soon as I stepped out the door, Ramon was there, standing with that twisted smile, half amused, half furious. I was just a tool for you to cover up your mess, and soon I'd be just another piece of merchandise like them, right? Or would I end up like that woman if I tried to fight back? My legs felt like they were about to give out, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. The cops shouted at Ramon to stay put. "This won't end that easily," he hissed. Then everything went black. But even as I passed out, I knew I was safe. I woke up in the hospital and started writing all of this down. The case was still under investigation. Ramon and his accomplices had chosen to stay quiet. No one knew where Trisha or the other victims were, or if they were even still alive. But I refused to give up hope.
I'm Bianca, 27, working in an office and making enough to enjoy the things I love. I've been single for years. Past relationships really broke my heart, but I still believe I'll find my other half, and I'm always ready to open my heart to someone new. Last year's Valentine's Day was just like every other year, quiet and nothing special. But that morning, I found a handwritten letter in my desk drawer. It was from Isaac, the new guy at work I had a thing for. He asked me to come over to his place for dinner at 9 that night. I kept reading the letter over and over, my heart racing like crazy. Was that some kind of joke? But his signature at the bottom was legit, and his handwriting was neat and confident, just like him. Isaac was the guy everyone noticed as soon as he started at the company. He was tall, good-looking, and had this confidence like no one else. He always knew how to grab everyone's attention without even trying. Out of all the girls into him, I was the least noticeable, so I didn't have the guts to tell him how I felt. I was feeling both happy and confused, trying to figure out why this was happening to me. I rushed through work, drove home, and spent hours getting ready. All I had with me was a red dress that hugged my body, some fancy heels, and a bottle of good red wine. I stood in front of the mirror, checking out my face, telling myself everything would be fine. I thought that night was going to be a night to remember. The road to Isaac's place was in a quiet neighborhood. The bare trees lined up under the yellow glow of the streetlights. The house was at the end of the road, and the light from the windows looked like an invite. I got out of the car, and the chilly February air made me shiver a little. I felt a rush of excitement as I knocked on the door. The door opened, and there was Isaac with his usual warm smile. He looked perfect as usual, with his shiny black hair and sharp suit that really showed off his confident vibe. "You're here." His eyes practically lit up with satisfaction. I walked in, and the smell of food and lavender from the candles filled the air. The place inside was really neat. The dining table was set up with flickering candles and dishes that smelled amazing. I felt like I was in a dream, but then a sense of unease started creeping in. We clinked glasses, and I tried to chill out a bit more, but my eyes just wandered to the paintings on the wall. At first, I thought they were abstract paintings, but when I took a closer look, they kinda looked like drawings of human anatomy. The details were so vivid, it was creepy. Some of them even had notes scribbled in red ink, like there was some kind of plan coming together.
I started feeling confused and uneasy, so I stood up and used the excuse of needing to wash my hands to get away from the table. The bathroom was at the end of the hallway, and the light from the dining table didn't reach that far. I walked in, and my eyes immediately went to the mirror above the sink. There was a red smudge on the mirror, like someone had tried to wipe it off quickly with their hand. I just stood there in front of the mirror, every stroke of the painting stuck in my head, making my mind race with a bunch of unanswered questions. All of a sudden, I saw something flash behind me in the mirror. My heart skipped a beat, but when I turned around, the hallway was empty. A chill ran down my spine, and I couldn't help but think maybe I was walking into a trap that had been set up from the start. Back at the table, the vibe between Isaac and me had totally changed. His smiles weren't warm anymore. They were cold and calculating. The room got suddenly stuffy, and time felt like it was slowing down in a creepy way. My eyes landed on a big painting on the wall. In the painting, there was a girl with blonde hair and big eyes. Sarah. That name just popped into my head, a former coworker who left a few months ago. A wave of horror hit me. I couldn't stay calm anymore. I stood up, quickly said thanks, and asked if I could leave. But Isaac wasn't letting me leave that easily. He stood up, blocking me, and the smile on his face turned into something pretty terrifying. Isaac stepped closer, and I could feel my breath getting faster. I saw a cold, lifeless look in Isaac's eyes, like he'd lost all humanity. I took a step back, but my foot got caught on a chair. He lunged at me, and I barely had time to think before I pulled out the fork I had hidden in my bag. I swung it, and I felt the resistance as it stuck into Isaac's hand. He screamed and stepped back just enough for me to make a run for the door. I rushed to the front door, but it was locked from the inside. I could hear Isaac's footsteps and curses echoing behind me. I turned around and saw him coming at me with bloodshot eyes and a face twisted in pain. His hands were red, but he didn't stop. I ran to the nearest window and used all my strength to smash the glass. As the glass shattered, I climbed through, even though my hands got cut by the sharp pieces. I ran like mad down the dark street, feeling all warm and wet from my palms and knees. But I didn't stop, too scared to look back. When I got to my car, I jumped in, slammed the door shut, and drove off. My heart was pounding, and every breath felt heavy, like I had just escaped from hell. When I got to the police station, I almost collapsed, my whole body shaking. My story made the police head straight to Isaac's place. They found his secret basement, where he kept stuff and pictures of his past victims. Isaac was caught trying to hide not far from the house. His cuffed eyes kept staring me down through the police car window, like he wanted to haunt me forever. The house, the paintings, and Isaac's eyes still popped into my head every night when I closed my eyes. I knew I dodged death, but the darkness Isaac brought would always stick in my head, something I could never shake off. I never thought a regular lunchtime at Subway could turn into a nightmare that would haunt me for the rest of my life. That day, I took my 6-year-old son Ricky to have lunch. Subway was right on the corner near his school, a small shop with the smell of toasted bread, fresh vegetables, and melted cheese. Ricky happily ran to an empty table by the window, his small feet swinging as he sat in the chair. I went to the counter, ordered 2 sandwiches, just like usual deli meats, extra mayonnaise, lightly toasted bread. When I came back, the boy was busy drawing something with a box of crayons and a fresh stack of paper. I paused for a moment. "Where did you get that?" Ricky looked up with innocent blue eyes. "The man just gave it to me. He said I should draw a lot." I frowned, glancing around the shop. There was no one of particular note. A few men in light-colored suits, an older woman eating soup, a Subway worker fiddling with the card machine. Maybe one of the staff gave it to him? I brushed off the brief unease. We started our lunch. Ricky ate quickly and then returned to his drawing. The boy happily exclaimed when he finished and showed me the drawing. Suddenly, I felt an inexplicable shiver. On the paper was a drawing of a tall, thin man, bald with a few long strands of hair, his empty eyes like two dark holes. His neck was unusually long, and his hand was reaching out, holding something small toward the front. "Who is this person?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. Ricky happily replied, "He's the one who gave me the crayons." For some reason, I felt uneasy about his answer. "Did you thank him?" Ricky nodded, and I reluctantly smiled. I glanced at the drawing again, and the figure made me feel uneasy and suspicious. Around 6 p.m., we arrived home, the quiet space broken only by the ticking clock on the wall. I let Ricky play on his own while I cleaned up and prepared dinner in the kitchen. The boy was watching his favorite show. The cheerful sounds from the TV and Ricky's delighted laughter gave me a sense of peace. But today felt different. The living room was eerily silent. Ricky wasn't there. I called out, and his voice answered from upstairs. I pushed open his door and found Ricky still messing with a stack of paper and crayons. The focused look on his face made me chuckle. I let him draw and went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, tearing through the silence of the house. I froze, my heart pounding, a chill running down my spine. My hands shook uncontrollably as I grabbed the edge of the chair, my mind empty for a second before panic truly set in. "Ricky!" I screamed, my voice cracking. I ran up the stairs, my trembling hand fumbling for the doorknob to Ricky's room. It flew open under the force of my frantic push. The boy was curled up on the floor, a wound on his shoulder soaking his shirt with blood. The gun lay next to his hand. Everything became a blur. I pressed my hands to the wound to stop the bleeding while calling the police and emergency services. I kept praying to God to save Ricky. The police arrived a few minutes after I made the call. They checked around the house, finding no signs of a break-in. There was nothing unusual in Ricky's room, no fingerprints besides his own. The police continued their investigation. Fortunately, the wound wasn't too severe, and Ricky recovered after a week in the hospital. I didn't rush to ask about it, wanting to let him calm down first. After we returned from the hospital, Ricky started showing strange behavior. He no longer greeted me cheerfully every morning, no longer hugged me when I got home from work, and didn't want to hear bedtime stories. He just silently withdrew into his own world, one I couldn't reach. One night, I stood in front of Ricky's door, hesitating for a few seconds before gently pushing the door open. The nightlight cast a shadow of Ricky on the wall. He was sitting on the bed, curled up, hugging his knees, staring blankly into the space in front of him. "Ricky?" I called softly, but he didn't respond, didn't turn around. I walked closer. "Can't you sleep?" This time Ricky slowly turned to face me, his empty eyes. "He's here," Ricky whispered. "Who?" My body stiffened. Ricky didn't answer, pulling the blanket tightly over his head and lying down, curling up as though trying to shield himself from the world. I could only stand there watching my son, and started crying. In the following days, Ricky no longer enjoyed watching his favorite cartoons. He didn't draw, although the box of crayons and the stack of paper were still on the table. I wanted to help him, wanted to understand what had happened. Sitting next to his bed, I gently asked, "Ricky, why did you do that?" He stared at me for a long time before looking down. He said there's only one bullet. He wants me to send it to Mom for him. His answer made me go numb. I couldn't breathe. My whole body trembled, and a cold fear crept into my veins. Who was he? What kind of bastard would do this to a child? What did he want from me? I quickly looked around the room. The drawing paper and crayons were still there. I picked up the nearest drawing, my mind spinning as I saw what was on the paper. It was still the bald man with empty eyes, but this time he was standing next to my bed, leaning down, whispering into my ear as I slept. His hand was offering a small bullet. My heart hammered as if trying to escape my chest. In that moment, I remembered a memory I had tried to forget for years. The image of the tall, thin, bald man with the empty eyes had appeared in my childhood dreams. I had seen him standing still by my bedroom window when I was little, but I always thought it was just a meaningless childhood nightmare. I never thought he would return, and this time his target was Ricky. Unable to bear it any longer, I decided we had to leave. We moved to another city, hoping the distance would protect Ricky from the frightening memories. Ricky began seeing a therapist for treatment. During therapy sessions, Ricky slowly revealed more terrifying details about the bald man. Once he said, "He says he will never let us go." Every night I lay awake, fearing he would find us. No matter how far we moved, it felt like it was never truly over, and perhaps it will never end. I am Mike, the youngest in a family with 3 brothers. 10 years ago, when I was 8 years old, my family moved to Forest Hills because my father was transferred for work. The new house was located in a peaceful, spacious, and quieter area. I felt quite comfortable and tried to adjust to the new environment, while my 2 older brothers took more time to get used to it. What fascinated my 2 brothers and me the most was the treehouse, which was located down a dirt path behind our house. It was a simple wooden house, looking like it had been built quite some time ago. The grayish-silver tiled roof, although partially decayed from the rain and sun, still maintained its structure. In the faint light of the setting sun, it looked like a silent ghost, exuding a sense of loneliness. After learning that the treehouse had no owner, my 2 brothers and I were incredibly excited. The way up to the treehouse was not easy. A makeshift wooden ladder was hastily tied to the trunk, with each wooden step worn down over the years. The space was only big enough for 2 people, so my 2 brothers and I would take turns going in to play, and I would always be the last one. Inside the house there was no dust or the musty smell of a forgotten place. An old oil lamp was still in the corner of the room, and a crooked wooden shelf held a few books. I hadn't even had the chance to explore when I heard my older brother calling up, saying that Mom was calling us back for dinner. I felt a bit of regret, telling myself that I would definitely come back tomorrow. Right after school the next afternoon, I didn't go home, but ran straight to the treehouse. The excitement made my heart beat a little faster, and I left my backpack behind to climb more easily. It seems that the items inside have been slightly moved, probably because my brothers visited again. On the wooden shelf, there was a note with rather messy handwriting, asking a greeting and "What's your name?" I guessed this was a prank from my brothers, so I picked up the pen that had fallen nearby, added my name to the note, and asked for the other person's name in return, leaving it in its original spot. I went over to open the small window, just wide enough for a 7-year-old boy at the time to stick his head and shoulders out and enjoy the view outside. I was filled with a sense of joyful exhilaration, imagining myself living in a fairy tale house. The voice and face of my second brother appeared. He called my name with a mocking tone and attitude, telling me to hurry home before Mom gets angry. I pouted and left, followed by him with his teasing remarks. The next day when I returned, the note from yesterday had been replaced, and the person introduced themselves as Mr. Gummy Candy. The days that followed were filled with regular conversations between me and Mr. Gummy Candy through unique note exchanges. He asked me many different questions. At first, it was questions of concern, like whether I had eaten dinner yet, or how I was adjusting to the new school. I was pretty sure that this was one of my brother's pranks, so I decided to stubbornly see it through to the end to expose them. Gradually, Mr. Gummy Candy's questions no longer felt like the familiar teasing from my 2 brothers. "Where's your bedroom window located at, kid?" I shivered a little when I saw that note and placed it back in its spot without replying. It didn't stop there. The questions became increasingly creepy. What does your pajamas smell like? I felt surrounded by a strange coldness, my mind filled only with questions I didn't want to answer, and a rising sense of fear in my heart. A suffocating feeling rose in my chest, as if the treehouse had turned into a trap, and I, the curious one, had unwittingly walked right into it. It felt as though the space around me suddenly became cramped, and even breathing became difficult. I heard a soft, faint sound coming from inside the house, as if someone had just stepped in behind me. It was just a very small sound, but it was enough to make me jump and turn around, my heart racing wildly. But there was nothing there, no one at all. At that moment, I could clearly feel that the house was no longer a fun place to play. The feeling of terror slowly built up, like a dark shadow closing in on me. I left the pen and the note on the table and quickly ran back home. That evening, I couldn't eat much and couldn't focus on the stories everyone was talking about. My suspicious and probing gaze was fixed on every gesture and expression of my two brothers. That night, it took me quite a while to fall asleep, and what haunted me the most was what awaited me the next morning. As soon as I woke up, with sleepy eyes, I looked out the window and sensed that the light of the new day felt strangely different. After a few seconds of becoming more awake, my nerves suddenly shifted into a state of excitement and panic. Countless gummy candies in all sizes and colors were stuck all over the outside of my window. A child would be delighted to see so many candies, but not me, not in that situation. I screamed loudly, rushed out of my room, and ran to the dining table where my parents and two brothers were. I stammered as I questioned my two brothers, asking who Mr. Gummy Candy was. My parents looked at me in surprise, while my brothers laughed mischievously, saying I had just had a nightmare and was talking nonsense. I angrily told them everything that had happened without even pausing to catch my breath. Under the stern gaze of my parents, my two brothers firmly and decisively insisted that they hadn't played any pranks and hadn't been to the treehouse for a week. And so, the stern and angry gaze of my parents turned toward me. While my dad called the police, my mom tried to calm me down. When the police arrived, they searched around the house but found nothing suspicious. However, they advised my family to be cautious, especially with abandoned houses. The police suggested that it could have been a homeless, perverted person who had been watching and teasing me. After confirming once again that the treehouse had no owner, and with the mayor's approval, my parents had someone come to dismantle the treehouse. I felt much lighter, no longer curious about things with unclear origins. For me, it was a terrifying memory I would never forget, a warning that sometimes harmless pranks can open the door to things we never wish to encounter.
Welcome back to the MHS channel. First, I'm very curious to know where you're watching from and at what time. Feel free to share in the comments below. Also, if you have any feedback or suggestions for how the channel can improve, don't hesitate to leave a comment.
My name's Devlin, and this story goes back to a stormy night 22 years ago, when I was just 13. We lived in this old two-story wooden house way out on the edge of Jacksonville. Right behind it was this thick forest where I'd spend pretty much every summer day playing. I used to love that forest, until that night. The wind was going crazy, howling like some wild animal, slamming branches against the windows, and the rain was coming down in sheets. We were all in the living room, glued to the news. They were talking about major flooding and blackouts all over the place. "We should grab some candles and flashlights," Mom said, her voice blurred over the noise of the rain. She looked out the window and asked, "John, do you think the power is gonna go out?" Dad rested his hand on her shoulder and said, "Maybe, but don't stress about it." Before he could even finish the sentence, everything went pitch black. "I'll check the fuse box." "Devlin, go get the flashlight from the kitchen drawer for me." I stumbled around in the dark, grabbed the flashlight, and followed Dad out the back door. The second I stepped outside, I shivered. The wind was blowing through the trees and sounded like some kind of weird creature crying out. While Dad messed with the fuse box, I turned to look at the woods. The flashlight wasn't strong enough to cut through the rain, but I could still make out the shadows of the trees swaying like crazy in the wind. Then, out of nowhere, this cold chill ran down my spine. I heard something weird coming from the woods. I pointed the light that way and saw it. A pale, skinny arm reaching out from behind a big tree trunk. I just stood there, frozen, thinking no way I was actually seeing that. A few seconds passed, then I turned, dropped the flashlight, and bolted back into the house, not even stopping when I heard Dad calling after me. "Devlin!" "What's wrong?" Dad rushed in behind me, face all scrunched up with worry. I was shaking, not from the cold, but from pure fear. "There's someone in the woods." I saw an arm. Mom and my sister Amy were sitting on the couch, both staring at me, totally confused. "Are you sure?" "It could just be the shadow of a tree. Things look different in a storm," Dad said, trying to sound calm. "No, I saw it," I said again, but my voice was all shaky, and it didn't sound very convincing. "Okay, I'll go check. It could be someone lost in the storm. Mary, keep the kids in the house. Lock the door." Mom begged him not to go out and told him to call the cops instead. "In a storm like this, they'll take hours. Just look around," Dad insisted. I wanted to stop him, but I was too scared to say anything. He stepped outside and vanished into the rain. Mom locked the door and pulled us in close. 5 minutes went by, then 10. I couldn't sit still. "I'll go find Dad," I said, getting up. "Devlin, no, Dad's fine. He knows how to protect himself." I sank back down, eyes glued to the window. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a voice calling from outside. "Devlin!" It was Dad's voice, but it sounded weirdly far away. Without thinking, I ran to the window. "Dad, where are you?" "Mary, Devlin, open the door." That was Dad again, but this time it was coming from the woods. I grabbed the flashlight and made a run for the back door before Mom could stop me. No way I was going to leave Dad out there alone. "Devlin! Come back!" Mom shouted, but I was already outside, getting soaked by the rain. I aimed the flashlight at the woods and started yelling for Dad. Then I heard footsteps, but they weren't coming from where Dad's voice had been. The footsteps were coming from a different direction, deeper in the woods. I swung the flashlight that way, and my heart nearly stopped when I saw someone walking toward me. "Devlin? What are you doing here?" I almost dropped to my knees in relief. It was Dad. But wait, how could that be? I just heard him calling from the opposite direction. "I heard you calling from the woods," I said, my voice all shaky. Dad's face tightened. "I didn't call you. I was just checking around the house." A cold chill crept down my spine. If it wasn't Dad, then who the hell was calling me? "Go inside." I spotted someone running into the woods. We ran back toward the house, but the door was locked. "Mary, open the door," Dad yelled. No response. "Mary!" Dad called out louder, and a whole new kind of fear hit me. Then we heard a noise from the front of the house. Someone was messing with the front door. Dad held a finger up to his lips to tell me to stay quiet, and we slowly moved forward. Through the window, we saw Mom looking through the peephole, her face pale as a ghost. She turned, whispered something to Amy, and they both rushed upstairs. "Mary!" Dad knocked on the window, but Mom didn't hear him. The doorknob rattled again, this time harder, more aggressive. Dad grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the back door. "Devlin, I'm gonna bang on this door. When I get in, you run straight upstairs to Mom and Amy." I just nodded, too freaked out to say anything. Dad slammed on the door with everything he had. After the third bang, it flew open. We rushed inside, and I bolted straight upstairs. I found Mom and Amy in Mom and Dad's bedroom, both of them shaking. I saw it through the peephole. That's not a normal person, Devlin. That face. I couldn't deal with it. And I got it. I'd seen that face too. out there in the woods. That wasn't a human face. Then we heard Dad's voice downstairs, followed by the sound of glass shattering. Footsteps on the stairs. Heavy. Slow. Mom shoved us into the bathroom and locked the door. Mary? Devlin? Amy? Dad's voice echoed from right outside. We didn't make a sound. Barely breathed. Mary, open the door. It's me. Dad's voice sounded totally normal. Mom pressed her hand over mine and Amy's mouths, telling us to stay quiet. Mary, open the door. Dad's voice was angry now, and the doorknob started rattling hard. Then we heard another voice from downstairs. Mary, Devlin, Amy, where are you? It was Dad's real voice. Footsteps pounded up the stairs, followed by banging on the door, someone yelling. We just clung to each other, frozen, not even twitching. After a while, it all went quiet. Just dead silence. Then came Dad's voice again, soft and worried. Mary, are you in there? John? Is that really you? It's me. Everything's safe. Mom slowly cracked the door open. Dad was standing there, blood running down from a cut on his forehead. What happened? I don't know for sure, Dad said, catching his breath. But it isn't the thief I thought it was. Dad led us downstairs. In the beam of the flashlight, I spotted something weird lying still on the floor. What is it? I asked, my throat tight. Dad pointed the light at it. It looked sort of human, but definitely wasn't. Its skin was super pale, its limbs were way too long, and its face looked all twisted, like it was trying to change into someone else, but couldn't quite get there. It tried to copy my dad's voice, and if Mom hadn't taken a second to really look through the peephole instead of just opening the door, who knows what kind of awful thing could have happened. The next morning, the storm was gone, and so was the monster. All that was left, where it had been, was a shallow puddle of water. No one believed what we said. The cops just chalked it up to fear. Said maybe we were seeing things, or the real thief must have slipped away during the night. 12 years have passed, and still, on stormy nights, I wake up sweating from nightmares about that face and that fake version of my dad's voice. I've never told anyone outside my family about what happened. Who would even believe me? But last night, my 12-year-old daughter said she saw a weird figure in the backyard, a figure with arms that were way too long, and the forecast says there's a big storm coming tonight. I'm Henry, a delivery driver for UPS. It was a normal workday, but then everything changed in the blink of an eye. The UPS watch on my wrist read 6:30 p.m. as I drove through a deserted area outside Harrisonville. Only 1 hour left until the end of my shift. I was daydreaming about the warm dinner waiting for me when I noticed a black car parked on the side of the road ahead. Someone was waving at me. I slowed down, thinking they needed help. A man wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses approached me. Something wasn't right. His hand revealed a large knife. "Get out of the car," he ordered, his voice ice cold. My throat tightened, as if someone was squeezing it. I slowly opened the door and stepped out, my hands raised and trembling. "Wallet, phone, everything," he yelled. Cold sweat ran down my back as I pulled the items from my pants pocket. He snatched them, checked them quickly, and stuffed them into his pocket. Then he pushed me away and jumped into my UPS truck. I stood helplessly watching the truck full of packages speed away. I looked around. The road was deserted, only dry, yellowing cornfields under the fiery red sunset. I heard an engine. A pickup truck was approaching. I stood in the middle of the road, waving frantically. The truck slowed down. "What's wrong, buddy?" A middle-aged man with a thick beard and deep-set eyes asked through the lowered window. "I just got my UPS truck stolen. I need to get to the nearest police station," I said, my voice still shaking. The man looked at me intently, then nodded. "Get in. I'll take you there." I opened the door and climbed in, the smell of cigarettes and beer hitting my nose. "Thank you so much, sir." "I'm Ray," he introduced himself. "Henry," I replied, still reeling from the robbery. Ray nodded and drove off. After a few minutes, I realized we weren't going towards town, but away from any residential areas. My heart started to pound. "Sir, the police station is in the opposite direction," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. Ray didn't answer. He just stared straight ahead, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. "I can get out here. I'll walk," I suggested, a feeling of anxiety rising. Ray finally turned to look at me, a cold smile spreading across his lips. Before I could react, he pulled a handgun from under his seat. "Don't move," Ray ordered, pointing the gun at me. My throat went dry. For the second time that day, I was being held against my will. But this time was worse. Ray swerved onto a dirt road, leading into a dense forest. After about 10 minutes, we arrived at an old wooden cabin deep in the woods. Ray motioned for me to get out and shoved me into the cabin, the gun barrel digging into my back. The cabin was dilapidated with old furniture and trash scattered everywhere. Ray pushed me down onto a rickety wooden chair. "You don't have anything to steal," Ray said, his voice full of disappointment. "I just got robbed," I repeated. Ray sneered. "Let me think of another way to extract value from you." He rummaged through a cupboard and pulled out a roll of rope. Images of death suddenly became clear. I knew this was the time to act. As Ray approached me with the rope, I stood up abruptly and forcefully kicked the chair towards him. Ray stumbled backward. I lunged for the door, but Ray was faster than I thought. He grabbed my collar, pulling me down to the floor. Pain shot through me as my back hit the hard wooden floor. Ray kicked me hard in the ribs. I curled up, trying to protect my head and vital organs. After a series of blows, Ray stopped. I lay there, curled in a ball, gasping for breath. Every part of my body ached. "I'll figure out what to do with you next," Ray said, and left for another room. Despite the pain, I knew I couldn't die here. Images of my family flashed before my eyes, giving me strength. I slowly got to my feet, trying not to make any noise. On a nearby table, I saw an empty beer bottle. I reached for it and gripped it tightly in my hand. There were footsteps. Ray was coming back. I quickly lay down, pretending to still be unconscious, the beer bottle hidden behind my back. "Get up," Ray ordered, still holding the gun. "We're going for a ride." I didn't move. Ray approached, nudging me lightly with his foot. As he bent down to pull me up, I suddenly spun around, swinging the beer bottle hard into his head. The bottle shattered. Ray staggered back, blood starting to flow from the wound. I lunged at Ray, pushing him to the ground. The gun fell from Ray's hand, sliding across the floor. We wrestled, both trying to grab the gun. I swung my fist into Ray's face, feeling his nose break under my hand. Ray howled in pain. I snatched the gun and pointed it directly at him. "Don't move." "Calm down, buddy." Ray raised his hands, blood still flowing from his nose and head. "Put the gun down." But I saw calculation in his eyes. "Where are the car keys?" "In my pants pocket, take them." I moved closer, still keeping the gun pointed at Ray, and searched his pockets. I pulled out the keys, stepping back immediately. I turned and bolted for the door, every step sending jolts of pain through my body. "You're not getting out of here that easily," Ray hissed behind me. Just as I reached the doorknob, I heard a sound. Turning back, I saw Ray pull a knife from his belt and lunge towards me. Without thinking, I raised the gun. My finger tightened on the trigger, but I hesitated. I had never killed anyone. The gunshot echoed. Ray froze, his eyes wide with shock. He staggered, the knife falling to the floor. I gasped for breath, still holding the gun firmly. Ray took a step back, clutching his chest. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only a choked breath escaped. Then he fell to the floor and lay still. I bolted out of the cabin, running towards the pickup truck. I drove frantically down the dark dirt road, not daring to look back. After about 20 minutes, streetlights appeared ahead. A sign read, "Harrisonville Center, 3 miles." I picked up the phone in the truck and dialed 911. I need the police immediately. I just killed someone in self-defense. When the police arrived at the cabin, they found Ray's body and discovered a hidden trapdoor under the floor. Inside, 3 men were tied up, emaciated, but still alive, all delivery drivers who had gone missing from neighboring towns. You didn't just save your own life, you saved 3 others, the detective told me at the hospital, where my wounds were being bandaged. Ray Calloway, the serial killer we've been hunting for 2 years. 2 days later, while recovering in the hospital, I received news that my truck and the robber from that night had been found. The packages inside weren't intact, which didn't surprise me, but luckily, the truck was okay when I got it back. A week later, I was released from the hospital, greeted as a hero at the UPS depot. The company covered all my medical expenses and gave me a long paid leave to recover. I still flinch every time I see a pickup truck on the road, but I learned a valuable lesson. The only way to survive is to trust your own instincts above anything anyone else says or shows. That's why I'm still alive to tell this story. The clock on the dashboard read 2:17 a.m. It had been over 12 hours since I left Colorado, and still about 3 hours left before getting home to California. The week-long sales trip had left me exhausted, but I pushed myself to drive home instead of staying another night in a hotel. Sharon, my wife, and the kids were waiting. It had been 3 months since the company moved me to the traveling sales division. My time with my wife and kids was almost zero. My eyes drooped with fatigue. The radio played worn-out country songs I had heard hundreds of times on trips like this. I adjusted the window, letting the freezing autumn night air awaken my numb senses. In the car's headlights, the road stretched endlessly ahead, as if I were driving into a boundless tunnel. It was right then that I saw him. At first, it was just a faint, dark shape on the roadside, easily missed if I hadn't happened to glance to the right. A man, standing with his thumbs stuck out. Something about the man's posture, maybe the exhaustion evident in his slumped figure, made me hit the brakes. My old sedan slowly came to a stop, and I rolled down the passenger side window. "Where are you headed?" I asked, trying to make out his face in the dark. "Eastbound. Anywhere along the way is fine." His voice was strangely soft. I hesitated for a second. Even though I'd decided to stop, there was still a feeling of unease. But now, changing my mind and driving off would seem rude. "I'm heading to Cali. If you want to go that way, get in." The man got into the car, bringing with him a strange, indescribable smell. As he sat down, I noticed his clothes looked strangely clean, not like someone who had just been standing on the roadside in the middle of the night. "Thanks for stopping. Not many people do anymore. Especially at this hour," he said as I started driving again. "No problem." "I'm Mark," I replied, trying to shake off the uncomfortable feeling. "David," he said after a pause so long I thought he wouldn't answer. We drove in silence for a while. The radio played a sad Johnny Cash song about a man who lost everything. I glanced at David. In the dim light from the dashboard, I could see he was younger than I thought, early 30s maybe. His dark hair and dark eyes contrasted sharply with his pale skin. "So where are you headed?" I asked, trying to break the heavy silence. "I'm not sure anymore. I've been traveling for a while now. It seems I can't find my way home." "Are you lost?" "You could say that." He turned towards me and his gaze made me shiver. "Do you ever feel like you're stuck, Mark? Like you're trapped in a single moment, and no matter how hard you try, you can't get out?" The question caught me off guard. "I'm not sure what you mean." "I'm dead, Mark. I died and I can't move on," David said, his voice terrifyingly calm. My heart beat faster. I tried to laugh, but it sounded more like a wheeze. "You're alive. Death isn't what people imagine. It's not an end. It's just a prolonged moment. And I'm stuck in my moment," he continued. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, feeling my palms start to sweat. "How do you need help?" I asked cautiously, silently calculating the distance to the next town where I could find a way out of this situation. David looked out the window for a long time before answering. "I don't know." I shifted in my seat, feeling uncomfortable. The car's heater was running full blast, but I still felt cold. "You know, I used to be a salesman. Like you," David suddenly said. I flinched. "How did you know I'm a salesman?" "The sample case." He pointed to the back seat where my leather briefcase containing product samples lay, and the roll of duct tape in the storage compartment. Classic signs of the trade. "Oh," I exhaled, feeling slightly less tense. At least that was a logical explanation. "Yeah, I sell medical equipment. What did you sell?" "Insurance," he said. "Life insurance, actually. Kind of ironic, isn't it? Selling security to people afraid of death, then in the end, learning about it myself much sooner than planned." "What happened to you, David?" I asked, partly out of curiosity, partly to keep him talking. People usually don't cause trouble when they're talking. "One night, just like this one," he began, his voice lowering. "I was driving home after a long trip, tired, just like you, trying to get home early to see my wife. She was pregnant with our first child. I needed to stay awake, so I rolled down all the windows, cranked up the music, but my eyes were still heavy. Just for a minute, I thought. Just close my eyes for 1 minute." David paused, staring at some invisible point ahead. "That's the moment I'm talking about." My eyelids closed. My car hit the median. Everything ended. My body tensed. His words hit too close to home. How many times had I driven tired like this, my own eyelids heavy, jolting awake when I felt the car drifting? "You shouldn't tell me things like that while I'm driving," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "So, what happened next?" I couldn't stop myself from asking, even though I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the answer. "Nothing. No light, no welcoming family. Just the feeling of eyelids closing, the car leaving the lane, knowing everything was about to end." I felt sick, not because of his story, though it was creepy enough, but because of the similarity between our experiences. I too had pushed myself to the limit too often for work, for the desire to get home to Sharon and the kids. "Hey, Mark." David leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Do you want to know what death feels like?" Before I could answer, he burst out laughing, a high-pitched cackle that made the hair on my neck stand up. I slammed on the brakes, heart pounding in my chest. The car skidded on the pavement, tires screeching. Without thinking, I threw open the door and scrambled out, nearly tumbling onto the pavement. Behind me, the laughter continued, seeming to chase me through the darkness. And then, from ahead, blinding headlights appeared. A horn blared along with the screech of brakes. I stood there, frozen in the headlights. An ambulance stopped just inches in front of me. 2 men in paramedic uniforms jumped out of the ambulance, their faces shocked. They approached me, eyes searching. "What are you doing out here in the middle of the highway at this hour?" There was a man in my car. David. He was saying strange things about death, I stammered, breathing heavily, heart still pounding in my chest. The 2 men exchanged glances. "You said David? Tall, thin, dark hair, about 30? I nodded. "How did you know?" "His full name is David Mercer, a patient at Riverside Psychiatric Center. He escaped yesterday." My body stiffened. "A psychiatric patient?" When asked about David's location, I turned, pointing back where I had abandoned the sedan, about half a mile away. I got into the ambulance, riding back to the car with the 2 paramedics. Noticing I was still quite shaken, the paramedic gave me a cup of water and a blanket. According to the paramedic, David could be very unstable. He suffered from severe psychosis, with hallucinations and delusions about death. The paramedic looked sad. David used to be a long-haul driver like you. 2 years ago, he had a serious accident on this highway. His wife was pregnant, and he was trying to get home early. I felt a chill run through my body. So that was true? About his wife and child? Yes, that's the true part of his story. David suffered irreversible brain damage. When he woke up after a 3-month coma, he developed a strange form of psychosis. He believes he died in the accident. David no longer recognizes his wife and child. He's stuck in the moment before the crash. In his mind, his wife is still pregnant, and he's still trying to get home. The ambulance approached the spot where I had left the sedan. Through the window, I saw my car still parked crookedly on the shoulder, the driver's door wide open. When we stopped next to my car, one of the paramedics checked inside and confirmed no one was there. They helped me restart my car, advising me to stop at the nearest rest stop to rest. I nodded, feeling a deep gratitude when I thought about what could have happened. As I drove away, looking in the rearview mirror, I saw the ambulance turn around and continue their search. I took out my phone, called Sharon to let her know I'd be staying overnight at a rest stop and would be home early the next day. That night, lying in the motel room, staring at the ceiling, I thought about David and his fateful moment. I wondered how many other long-haul drivers had encountered him on that lonely road, and how many of them had been saved by his strange warning. I never thought a regular afternoon could flip into a total nightmare. Last summer, I was in Boston with my best friend Ray, his dad, and Ray's sister, Carly. We were heading to Fenway Park to catch a Red Sox game. Before the game, everyone decided to grab lunch at Popeyes. The place was packed, laughter everywhere, the smell of hot fried chicken in the air, and fans hyped up for the game. We sat down, ordered, and just soaked in the energy, totally unaware that things were about to take a dark turn. A guy walked in. Nothing really stood out about him, just an old t-shirt, jeans, and a worn-out baseball cap. But something about him felt off. He ordered his food and picked a seat in the corner, right where he had the best view of Carly. I didn't really pay much attention to him at first, until I noticed his eyes never left Carly. He was eating so slow, one bite at a time, like he was dragging it out just to keep staring at her. At first, I thought maybe I was just overthinking it. But then Carly started looking uncomfortable too. She kept her head down, focused on her food, trying to avoid his gaze. But he didn't look away. 5 minutes passed and he was still staring. No shame, no attempt to hide it. Ray and his dad didn't seem to notice, but that uneasy feeling in my gut kept getting worse. Carly got up, mumbling something about needing the bathroom. Instinctively, I glanced at the guy. Almost immediately, he stood up too. His tray of food was barely touched. He was following her. I got this weird chill, grabbed Ray's arm, and muttered, "That guy just followed Carly into the bathroom. Did you see that?" Ray frowned for a second, then laughed it off. Maybe he just had to go too. But my gut was telling me something was off, and I was right. Minutes passed, then 10, then 15. Carly still hadn't come back. Ray's dad was starting to get annoyed. "Where is she? Does she really need that much time?" Ray and I exchanged a look. Neither of us said a word, but we both felt it. Something was wrong. We decided to check. The door to the women's bathroom was slightly open. We stopped outside, and Ray called Carly's name. No answer. A Popeyes employee, a woman, walked in to take a look. Then she turned back to us, looking confused. "There's no one in there." No one? Carly was gone, and so was that guy. We bolted outside, scanning the parking lot. A silver truck peeled out way faster than normal. I caught a glimpse of someone in the back seat, but it was too far to tell if it was Carly. Ray's dad didn't waste a second. He called 911. The police showed up fast, but there wasn't much to go on. They checked the security cameras. But just our luck, the one behind Popeye's had been busted for days. No footage. 3 days went by. Still nothing. The police tracked down the truck's plates, but the owner had an accomplice and refused to say where Carly was being kept. Ray's dad was losing it, barely slept, kept blowing up the police's phones, checking out every sketchy place he could think of. Ray and I couldn't just sit around doing nothing. We went to the area where the truck was last spotted, asking people if they'd seen anything. A homeless guy remembered seeing Carly being forced into the truck. That gave the police a better idea of where to look. By the morning of day 4, the police found a phone tossed in an alley near Popeye's. It was Carly's. When they opened it, the last message she had typed out was, "He's standing right in front of the door. I'm scared." The police kept digging, tracking down a partial plate number a witness had remembered. Turns out, the truck belonged to a guy who had already done time for kidnapping a minor. He'd gotten out a few years ago. When the police raided this abandoned house, they didn't just find Carly. One of the walls in a dark room was covered in photos, not just of her, but of other girls. Some of the pictures were old, edges curled and faded, like they'd been there for years. A young officer flipped open a file on the desk, his face going dark. "We're dealing with a serial predator." Carly sat frozen in the corner, her eyes empty. But the thing that shook everyone the most was the girl lying next to her, still, lifeless, cold. One of the officers checked her wrist, then just shook his head. Carly stared at the body beside her, then whispered, "He said he'd come back." The police were in full force, hunting down the kidnapper, determined not to let him take another victim. Carly made it out, but she wasn't the same. Her eyes were always full of fear. She barely slept. The nightmares never stopped. She wasn't the carefree girl she used to be, and sometimes, even in a crowded place, she could still feel it, someone watching her. But in the end, Carly was luckier than so many others. She was found. She got to go home. With the love and support around her, I believe she'll find a way to heal.
The story I will tell is about the life of a mentally ill woman named Mia, 62 years old. She has a scary appearance with long scars on both sides of her mouth, all the way to her ears. She has no teeth, nailless fingers, and jagged hair and eyelashes. She didn't speak, didn't express anything, just sat alone all day and looked out the window with dull eyes. Back in time 30 years ago, Mia had a wealthy life with her husband, Lucas, in a large mansion located in the wealthiest area of New York. They didn't have any children, which is also what worries Mia the most. To reduce the emptiness of the villa, the couple hired many people to work for them. One of them is a beautiful girl named Emma. Lucas was attracted to Emma's beauty. Out of jealousy, Mia begins to notice and get annoyed with Emma. Suddenly, one day Emma disappeared without any trace. All the people working in the villa do not care about that disappearance. They knew the landlady didn't like Emma, and they didn't want to get involved. And Mia told her husband that he had fired Emma from her job because she was too clumsy. Everything returns to normal until Mia begins to act strangely every night. One evening around 12 o'clock while the couple was sleeping, Mia suddenly screamed in pain. Lucas woke up startled and saw his wife tugging at her hair. There was a lot of hair on the blanket. Mia's scalp was pulled until it was red. Lucas quickly stopped his wife. The next morning, Mia said that a long, cold hand reached out and grabbed her hair and pulled hard. Lucas and the servants think Mia is sleepwalking in her sleep. Things continued in an increasingly terrifying direction. Another day, Lucas came home very late, walked into the bedroom. The scene shocked Lucas. On the floor, on the bed, and in the wardrobe were long blood stains. Even more horrifying with the bloody fingernails scattered everywhere. Lucas quickly called out his wife's name. When he ran to the bathroom, Lucas saw Mia sitting in the bathtub with her head down, her fingertips crimson red. On the floor is a pair of bloody pliers. Lucas immediately called an ambulance to take Mia to the hospital. After regaining consciousness, Mia cried and told her husband that a hand used pliers to pull out all her nails. Lucas took Mia to see a psychiatrist and she was diagnosed with a mental disorder. Lucas told the staff to be careful and give Mia her medicine on time. A week later, Mia returned to normal, but her nails could no longer grow back. The most terrifying thing happened on Mia's 32nd birthday. Mia and her husband held a grand party inviting all relatives, friends, and important partners. Everything went perfectly. They ate together, talked, and waited until 12 o'clock to blow out the candles to celebrate Mia's new age. When it was 12 o'clock, Mia told her husband that she wanted to go to her room to change into a gorgeous dress. The giant cake was prepared. Lucas held a large bouquet of flowers in his hand with a happy expression, waiting for his wife to come down. The clock struck exactly 12 o'clock. A crazy and distorted laugh rang out, making everyone bewildered. Mia approached with a terrifying and haunting appearance. Mia smiled widely, a smile without teeth, and from ear to ear, clutching a bloody knife in her hand. Blood continuously flowed from her mouth and face, staining her white dress and expensive crystals. Everyone present at the ceremony was stunned. Mia's mother fainted. No one dared come close to Mia, not even Lucas. He stood looking at his wife with fearful eyes. Mia turned 32 years old, which was also the time she was taken to the emergency room and transferred to a mental hospital. The villa is surrounded by a gloomy and cold atmosphere, until one day, the gardener discovered a 60% decomposed body in the corner of the garden. Lucas immediately reported to the police, and both he and the people working in the house were put under investigation. A week later, the whole incident came to light. The decomposed body was Emma's. Because she encountered Emma's many attempts to seduce Lucas, blind jealousy took over Mia. She ordered the housekeeper and 2 servants to drag Emma to the back garden. The housekeeper was ordered to cut off all of Emma's hair and eyelashes, and the servants pulled out all of Emma's fingernails and teeth. After that, Mia herself used scissors to cut Emma's mouth, so that the lovely mouth that usually smiled gracefully every time she met Lucas extended all the way to her ears. Mia asked the housekeeper and 2 servants to keep it absolutely secret and paid them a large amount of money. Lucas falls into a serious psychological trauma, haunted by his wife's horrifying face and brutality. My cousin, Skylar, passed away when she was just 10 years old. On the day of the funeral, my aunt wailed in grief and despair. Skylar was an only child, the one my aunt considered her entire source of life, who had left so suddenly and painfully. Skylar fell nearly 20 stairs. When discovered, she was lying in a pool of her own blood, with her head broken at a 90-degree angle. The sweet, innocent little girl with that warm, radiant smile was taken by God too soon. But how can one judge the work of the Almighty? Those were the words my uncle, Skylar's father, spoke at his daughter's funeral. He was shockingly calm, or perhaps that was the limit of suffering a strong man had to endure. The casket was open so that those who knew and loved Skylar in life could come and see her one last time. I supported my aunt as we took slow, heavy steps toward her daughter's side. I had taken care of Skylar since she was very little. Mourning her loss felt immense, but my heart ached even more for my aunt, who had to endure such overwhelming pain. Standing there looking at my cousin's lovely face, suddenly, her eyes shot wide open for a moment. I flinched, stumbled back, and fell to the ground. Looking around, the faces of anguish and the sounds of weeping made my head spin. A strong grip from a sturdy hand helped me to my feet. It was my uncle. He looked at me, still with that calm gaze, and said, "This will be our secret." I don't understand what he's saying, what is going on. I started to feel suspicious, paying more attention to him, and having thoughts that gave me chills multiple times. "Sheila," my aunt called me, extending her weak arm. She needed me because she could no longer stand on her own. I quickly grabbed my aunt's hand, trying to finish the funeral. 2 days after Skylar's funeral, my aunt asked me to come to the house to help her clean up Skylar's belongings, and of course, I agreed. My aunt was still tired and resting in her room, so I didn't disturb her. Stepping into Skylar's room, I stood still, silently observing everything around for a few minutes before starting to clean up. I was quite curious why everything was so messy, when Skylar had always been pretty tidy. When I got to Skylar's desk, I sat down to look at her drawings. The first was a drawing of a close-knit family of 3, and it was easy to guess that Skylar was drawing her own family. But the expressions of the parents in the drawing were not very cheerful. Next was another family drawing, but the father and mother were arguing very intensely, while the daughter sat curled up in a corner, crying in fear. The final drawing depicted a girl who had fallen down the stairs, her neck twisted to one side. The mother knelt beside her daughter crying, while the father stood on the highest step of the staircase, looking down with an expressionless gaze. "This will be our secret, okay?" The voice of the uncle startled me, causing me to jump up. I pressed myself against the wall to keep my distance from the cruel person in front of me. "Why did you do that?" I looked at my uncle with an angry gaze, but my body was trembling uncontrollably. He didn't answer, lowering his head and clenching his fists tightly. I immediately ran away, before becoming the next victim. Driving home, I cried a lot, feeling angry, scared, and desperate. Stopping the car in front of the house, I suddenly remembered that my aunt was still in the house of the evil one. I immediately called the police while turning the car back to my aunt's house. My aunt's terrified screams echoed as I hadn't even got out of the car yet. Grabbing the pepper spray, I rushed into the house. The scene in front of me left me and the police officers who arrived shortly after in shock. My aunt was kneeling on the floor, right next to the staircase, her body soaked in red liquid, holding tightly onto a red knife instead of the original gray one. My aunt was screaming wildly along with terrifying curses. Next to my aunt was my uncle, lying motionless, his neck bent at a 90-degree angle, with countless stab wounds on his body. He's no different from his terrible and brutal father. Every time I see it, I will be reminded of him and go insane. Now it's over. The two of them will be together forever. My aunt burst into laughter at the trial, then hugged her daughter's ashes and fainted. A family that seemed perfect was shattered by a violent, unfaithful, and selfish husband, leading to an unerasable hatred in the wife's heart. Every year, I visit my aunt in prison and visit the graves of my uncle and Skylar on important occasions. Even now, I still can't enter into a marriage, despite being 36 years old.
I'm Selena, 24 years old. I'm a paralegal and I live in Texas. My boyfriend Victor and I have been together for almost 2 years now. Victor's 4 years older than me and super into photography. My room's full of artsy portraits Victor's taken. He never leaves the house without his camera. Wherever he goes, he's always pulling out his camera and snapping amazing shots. Victor's picky about it. He He likes to handle the whole process of taking and developing photos himself. Lately, Victor's been picking up a bunch of jobs, so his schedule's been crazy busy. After all that craziness, we finally got to spend some time together. Victor was wiped out and told me his neck's been pretty sore lately. I figured it was from work and told Victor to take it easy for a few days. He stopped taking on jobs and just stayed home to develop photos and send them back to the customers. Everything was fine until one day. Victor developed the photos he took for the high school group at the graduation. That's also the school Victor went to when he was younger. But weirdly, all the photos came out messed up with light streaks in one part. Victor had never dealt with this before. He checked the photos on the camera again, and they were fine. When he developed the photos again, the light streaks were gone. We figured it was a problem with the photo development process. But when I looked closely at the photos, I got goosebumps because I saw a woman's shadow showing up everywhere. I couldn't see her face clearly, just a pale face, dark eye sockets, and long hair. I quickly showed the photos to Victor. He was freaked out for a while. A creepy vibe took over, and we didn't say anything after that. We'd heard a lot of stories about creepy photos before, but I never thought that one day he'd end up taking pictures of them himself, and so many at that. The rest of the day, Victor didn't say a word to me. He was quiet, looked tired, and seemed like he was lost in thought. The next morning, we went to a photo repair shop in the city, hoping they could fix the photos. Victor showed him the photos with a flash in one corner, but the shop owner said they couldn't fix them because they were too damaged. We looked at each other. Then he showed the photos with the girl's shadow in them. Anyway, she showed up in just a small corner, so there was a better chance of fixing it. The shop owner gave us a hard look. He took the photos, turned away, and said at the same time, "Ghosts are always around us. It could be friends, family, demons, or people who really hate us. And they never just go away." I shivered in fear when I heard that. Looking at Victor, his face seemed worried and confused. The owner told us to come back in a few days to pick up the photos. On the way back, Victor was deep in thought, and the mood was pretty down. I suggested we go to the park instead of heading home. We held hands, walked, and talked. I told Victor I wanted to take some pictures, and he was happy to go along with it. I stood there posing, and as soon as I lifted the camera, Victor's whole attitude switched to panic. He put the camera down and looked at me, clearly freaked out. I was confused and had no idea what was going on. Victor freaked out, looked around, then picked up the camera again to check it out, but didn't take a picture. I ran back, and before I could say anything, Victor grabbed me and pulled me to the car to leave. In the evening, I cooked and opened up to him. Victor must have been worn out from work, and on top of that, those creepy photos were probably messing with his head. That night, Victor went to bed really early. I couldn't sleep, so I went downstairs to get some water. As soon as I left, I heard water running in the room across the hall. That was the room Victor used to develop the photos. I walked over, opened the door, and honestly, I got a little scared when I saw the photos Victor developed that afternoon. I slowly walked over to the sink where Victor kept his photo developing solution and saw bubbles rising. From under the water, a head of black hair slowly started to rise. I was frozen. I couldn't even breathe. The hair was pretty long, and it looked like it belonged to a woman. Then, two hands shot up really fast, grabbing the edge of the sink tightly. I jumped back, tripped, and ended up falling to my knees. Just as the head was about to fully emerge, I jumped up and realized it was all just a dream. I turned around and didn't see Victor. He was sitting by the window, staring out, looking really lost in thought. I walked over, Didn't mention the weird dream, but gently asked him. Victor was really tired. He said his neck was getting worse and was causing him insomnia. The next morning, Victor and I went to the doctor to check out the pain in his neck. The results came back totally normal, which was pretty surprising. The doctor prescribed some medicine, told Victor to take it regularly, and said to keep an eye on it. On the way back, we stopped by the photo shop to pick up the stack of photos from the day before. The shop owner wrapped the photos up in some paper and handed them to us with a cautious look. He didn't answer any of our questions, just told us to check out the photos ourselves when we got home. When we got home, Victor quickly tore into the stack of photos to check them out. Both of us were shocked because the woman's figure wasn't edited at all. It was even clearer. She had changed her posture, and her face clearly showed the details and a hateful expression. Victor instantly burned all the photos and called the customer to apologize and sent over some compensation. Victor gave up his job and stayed home since the pain was getting worse. His health getting worse, along with not sleeping, put him in a bad mood. I caught him a few times yelling and even telling someone to stay out of his life. But when I peeked through the crack in the door, I was shocked to see he was alone. There were times when Victor would wake up in the middle of the night, stare at me, scream in fear, and tell me to go away. I rearranged my work and planned a trip so Victor could relax and hopefully ease his neck pain. We picked a place close to the city and drove there in our own car. The road was full of fresh, bright scenery. I played some soft music, and we both felt really relaxed. Those happy moments didn't last long. A few minutes later, Victor suddenly screamed in panic, gripped the steering wheel tight, and then slammed on the brakes. He kept panting, and it really confused me. Then Victor quickly jumped out of the car, looking frantic as he checked the front. I quickly unbuckled my seatbelt and got out of the car, asking him what was going on. Victor said he had just hit a girl really strong and he needed to rush her to the emergency room. I hugged Victor, looked him in the eyes, and told him there was no girl. Everything was fine. Victor stared at me for a while, then calmed down and kept apologizing for his mood swings these past few days. I suggested we head back and get Victor to see a psychologist, but he firmly insisted that everything was fine and wanted to keep going with the trip. I saw how determined Victor was, so I agreed. But the trip just wasn't fun anymore. Victor's face was really tense as he drove, and I kept staring at him, worried. The traffic light ahead turned red, right at the crosswalk. There was a schoolgirl walking across. I didn't see any signs of Victor slowing down, so I turned to remind him. Victor gripped the steering wheel, his eyes bloodshot, his face and neck swollen, shouting loudly as he slammed his foot on the gas pedal. "I told you to stay out of my life!" And then the awful thing happened. Our car sped up and slammed into the schoolgirl. The car lost control and then crashed into an electric pole on the side of the road. There was red on the windshield, along with the twisted body of that poor girl. I only had time to see that horrifying sight, felt a sharp pain in my head, and then passed out. I'm not sure how long it was, but I was lucky to wake up and recover pretty quickly. Victor wasn't as lucky. He temporarily lost control of his limbs. My family pushed me in a wheelchair to visit Victor. He didn't look at me, just kept crying and saying sorry. Victor said he knew why all the weird stuff that had been happening lately was going on. In high school, Victor had a girlfriend named Bethany. Victor got really into photography back then, and he and his girlfriend would often take souvenir photos at school. One day, Victor found out that Bethany was being bullied by two of his close friends in the lab. Instead of protecting his girlfriend and standing up to his two friends, Victor just stood there laughing and taking photos. Bethany felt completely hopeless and ended her life when she turned 18. Haunted and exhausted, Victor lost consciousness, thinking the schoolgirl walking by was Bethany. Victor was feeling really regretful, thinking he was paying for his past mistakes. Victor said goodbye, not wanting my life to be affected. I cried a lot. I loved Victor so much, but just couldn't face him. A few months later, while I was cleaning up at Victor's place, I accidentally found a photo he'd taken of himself. The spirit of a high school girl with a resentful look was sitting on Victor's shoulder. It had to be Bethany.
There's a group of high school friends. After graduating 10 years ago, they set up a hangout to dig up the time capsule they buried behind the school. The first one to show up at the meeting spot was Rich, who's now killing it with a bunch of restaurants in the busy city. After about 10 minutes, Adam, the vet, finally shows up. The two buddies are stoked to see each other and jump right into asking about life and work. The third person shows up after 15 minutes. Rose, a gorgeous model. "You still can't shake that habit of being late, huh, Rose?" Rich jokes with her. "It's a Maserati. Your ride is awesome, Rich," Rose says, switching things up. Rich and Adam get it and laugh happily. "Let's roll," Rich says excitedly after the two friends get comfy in the car. "Where's Frank? He's still MIA," Rose shouted. "Let's chill and wait for him a bit longer," Adam says. "Frank? Who's that?" "It's just the three of us," Rich says, totally confused. Rose laughs and says, "You're pulling my leg again, Rich. Seriously, guys, I don't know any Frank. Can someone break it down for me?" Rich says with a pretty serious look. "He was in our crew, just a tight group of 4, Rich. He was even special to you," Rose says while checking out Rich's face. Then she and Adam share a confused look. Rich zones out, his brain firing on all cylinders, but he still can't remember who Frank is. "I don't even have the slightest clue who that is." Rose and Adam are shocked and just stand there for a few seconds. "It's all good, you'll remember when he shows up," Adam says, forcing a smile. The vibe in the car gets super quiet and awkward. Almost 30 minutes go by. It is nearly noon, and Frank still isn't here. Rich is starting to lose his cool. "Does anyone have Frank's number? Call him and tell him to hurry up." "You got it, Adam?" Rose asks quietly, turning to him. Adam shakes his head, giving her an unsure look. "Are we actually waiting for another person, or are you guys just messing with me?" Rich says, a bit annoyed. "Let's grab some food first. I'm kinda hungry. How about you, Adam?" "Oh, I want to grab something to eat too." So the three friends hit up the closest restaurant and have a great lunch. By the afternoon, Frank still hasn't shown up, and Rich totally loses his patience, so he just drives off from the meeting spot. They drive back to the high school together, and it takes about 40 minutes. When they get to the school, they don't rush to dig up the box. Instead, they stroll around. The group of friends snap some old school pics, and the joy of reliving their youth has all three of them hugging it out. When they finally get to the main stuff, they can't remember exactly where they buried the box, so they end up searching for an hour. Finally, after 10 years of hiding it, they find the treasure, and it is almost dark out. The group use their phone flashlights to light it up and start checking out each keepsake. First up are the drawings and test papers with an F on them. Notably, besides the keepsakes with the 3 of their names, there is always a 4th one with Frank's name on it. Rose and Adam laugh happily, while Rich looks confused and a bit suspicious, like he is starting to remember something. At the bottom of the box are 4 letters they wrote to themselves 10 years later. Rose opens Frank's letter and reads it aloud. "Hey, my friends. It's awesome you guys show up. I don't feel lonely anymore. You guys are gonna stick with me forever." Rose's voice gets quieter and shaky, and Adam and Rich look confused too. There's still something down there, Adam says, pointing down and whispering. Rich quickly digs through a thin layer of dirt, and the top half, the skull, pops up. Rich doesn't stop and just kept digging like crazy. Meanwhile, Rose and Adam cling to each other and back away from the hole. The top half of the skeleton has a red shirt with the name Frank stitched on it. Rose and Adam freak out and bolt. Rich is still sitting there, just staring at the skeleton. He remembers that 10 years ago, Rich actually killed Frank with a pen just over some random jokes. While Rich was totally freaking out and trying to bury his crime, Adam and Rose just happened to bring the time capsule. On the empty road near the school, while Adam is calling the cops, Rose is freaking out, crying and gasping for breath. The blinding headlights and the roar of the Maserati's engine are speeding straight toward Adam and Rose.
I'm Emily, 24 years old, a graphic design student. My life has always revolved around long classes, creative projects, and the monotony of a small town in Pennsylvania. I didn't think downloading Tinder on a free evening would lead to a series of events that terrified me to the point of never forgetting. Mike was one of the first people I swiped right on. He is 27 years old, tall, with dark brown hair and deep blue eyes. His photos were always taken in impressive places, at the top of mountains, on pristine beaches, and in a forest during the vibrant fall season. He must be a guy who loves nature and freedom. There was something about Mike that drew me in, a confidence and strength that radiated from every message he sent. We chatted for weeks, and I decided to meet him in person. From the very first moment, Mike displayed his charm, from the way he looked at me, smiled, and his subtle gestures. We started dating. Mike enjoyed quiet evenings and trips to remote locations that he deemed inspirational. He often drove a worn-out black pickup truck, but the engine roared like a wild beast. Every time I went with him, I could feel the difference between protection and control, between passion and intrusion. Those things made me both love and fear him. About 6 months later, things started to change. Mike became controlling, always wanting to know where I was, what I was doing, and who I was with. He was no longer the charming man who made my heart flutter, but became a dark shadow following my every step. The check-in questions about my day gradually turned into controlling messages and incessant calls. One time, he showed up outside the school library just because I hadn't replied to his message in 20 minutes. I began to feel suffocated, and within me, a growing emptiness started to expand. Then I met Tyler, a classmate with a cheerful personality and a lovely smile. He doesn't seem cold or controlling, simply an approachable guy who gives off a gentle feeling. I don't know when I started liking Tyler, but I know it's not fair to Mike. So I decided to end that relationship before it got worse. That evening, I met Mike at a familiar cafe. Pale yellow light covered the space, but that warmth was not enough to ease the tense atmosphere between us. When I said goodbye, Mike's face darkened. He was silent for a few seconds, his hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Before I could walk away, he rushed forward and grabbed my arm tightly. "You can't leave me like that," he growled, his blue eyes now like cold ice. I panicked and tried to pull away, but he was too strong. Before I realized anything, he pulled me into the car and slammed the door. Mike drove out of town, across empty roads with no one in sight. I sat in silence, my heart racing, my fingers trembling, trying not to let him see the fear choking me. The streetlights grew sparse, giving way to darkness that swallowed everything around us. Mike's gaze glanced at me through the rearview mirror, filled with hostility. The car stopped at the path leading into the forest. Mike opened the door and ordered me to get out of the car. I reluctantly complied, not knowing what would happen next. The space around us was silent, only the sound of the wind howling and Mike's footsteps on the dry leaves. I felt the air around us freeze, my skin cold despite the beads of sweat pouring down. If I can't have you, then no one can. He hissed like a wild animal. I stepped back, my foot catching on an exposed tree root, and I fell flat to the ground. Mike stepped closer, his shadow stretching long under the dim moonlight. In a moment of desperation, I grabbed a nearby branch and threw it forcefully toward him. Mike was taken by surprise, hesitating for a moment, and I seized the opportunity to get up and run for my life. The trees rushed past on both sides, their branches scraping against my skin as if trying to hold me back. I heard footsteps chasing behind me, along with Mike's furious shouts echoing in the darkness. I didn't know how far I had run, only that my legs kept moving despite the burning pain spreading throughout my body. When I saw the light in the distance, I charged toward it without hesitation. It was an abandoned rest stop with a dim light flickering. I hid in a corner, pressing my hand tightly over my mouth to stifle my heavy breathing. Mike's footsteps grew louder and closer. He yelled, calling my name in a fit of rage. The footsteps gradually faded, then disappeared. I waited a few more minutes, making sure he had left, before running with all my might toward the main road, where I was lucky enough to flag down a passing truck. I called the police, cried, and told everything. Mike was arrested the next morning. Police found him in the same woods. Even though he didn't hurt me physically, the obsession from that night still clung to me like an indelible ghost. I know I escaped a nightmare, but its consequences will last forever. The above story is not only a warning about control and violence in love, but also reminds me of the power of survival instinct in the darkest moments.
I'm Selena. I live with my 7-year-old son, Jason. My husband suddenly passed away in a car accident. On the day of my husband's funeral, I no longer had the strength or tears to cry. Watching Jason intently focused on his game console, the little boy showed no awareness or special emotion about the current situation. I rushed over and snatched the console out of his hands. "Jason, do you know where you are? Look, do you see who's lying in there?" I shouted angrily, glaring at the boy, my hand pointing towards the coffin. Jason frowned, stood up, glared at me angrily, and ran out of the church. I didn't chase after him, as I was on the brink of exhaustion after nearly 3 days without sleep. My mind is empty, my heart is bleeding, and my legs are numb. Suddenly, Jason's scream rang out. "Let go, Mom! Mom!" I was startled. My mind returned to reality. The guests at the funeral also panicked when they heard Jason scream. I ran out, and Jason was being held tightly by a woman. The boy was panicking and struggling relentlessly. "What the hell are you doing?" I shouted, rushing over to grab the woman's arm and hug Jason. The woman suddenly screamed loudly, crying as she pointed her finger at me. "Be a good mother. He will come to you if you don't watch over the boy. You'll lose your child, just like I did." The people present and I stood there in silence, unable to understand what the woman was saying. But seeing her pain and despair, it was clear she must have gone through something terribly horrifying. A few days after my husband's funeral, I tried to pull myself together and get back to work. But the absence of his companionship truly feels like a nightmare. Jason is usually playful, stubborn, and very unpredictable. The boy always resists and shows an uncooperative attitude, which makes me feel truly helpless. Many times I have been harsh,
scolded him, and even almost took action against the boy. Each time like that, the distance between mother and son grew farther apart. One day, I found a tape about a children's program in the mailbox in front of the house. I wasn't sure who had sent it, but the recipient's name and address were correct, so I brought it inside. The program teaches children about letters, numbers, as well as social and emotional skills. I was quite impressed, so I played it for Jason. He seemed interested and brighter, instead of being glued to the gaming console. But Jason just switched from the gaming console to the TV, watching that reality show all day and laughing by himself. Jason, I'm letting you know that you'll have to turn off the TV in the next 10 minutes. It's 9 p.m. and you've already spent nearly 8 hours on TV today. Jason suddenly burst into laughter. It seemed like nothing I said had gotten through to him. Jason, I said sharply, reaching out to turn off the TV. Immediately, the boy stood up, his face filled with anger, stomping his feet and clenching his fists. You're showing attitude towards me. I didn't finish my sentence before Jason yanked the remote from my hand and slammed it hard onto the floor. I refuse to be your mother. I burst into tears, repeating those words once again. Jason looked at me with teary eyes and ran off. Merlin, I'm so tired. I wish you were here. I was completely exhausted, collapsed to the ground, and started crying uncontrollably. A long while later, after I had calmed down, I went up to Jason's room. Jason, can I come in? I patiently knocked on the door nearly 10 times, but all I got was silence. I opened the door and looked inside, panicked when I didn't see the boy. I ran down to the living room, the kitchen, the bathroom, the wardrobe, but Jason was nowhere to be found. It was already past 10 p.m. The last places to check were the backyard and the shed. I ran while calling out my son's name, hoping to find him, but once again, I was met with disappointment. I called the police, admitting that I had been negligent in raising and taking care of my son. I couldn't sleep that whole night, sitting in the living room waiting, my mind burning with worry. I picked up the broken TV remote, filled with deep regret for having said those harsh words. You're feeling really sad, aren't you? I startled and looked around when I heard a man's voice. It turns out I had accidentally turned on the TV and the television program appeared. A man in a brightly colored suit was sitting in a room full of colors, surrounded by puppets. If you're feeling overwhelmed and exhausted from endless scolding and your parents' rules, come to Mr. Sampson, where you can have your own paradise. After the man's words, the puppets excitedly screamed and cheered in response. His smile was very subtle and eerie, as if he were looking directly at me, challenging me. What the hell is this? I exclaimed in astonishment. So, for almost a week now, I've been letting my son watch this harmful stuff. I immediately called the police. Mr. Sampson, why are you only telling us this now? Your son is the 5th missing case linked to this name. The next morning, I was at the police station, along with the parents of the other 4 children. Is it you? I was surprised to see the woman from outside the church on the day of my husband's funeral. He came, didn't he? The woman looked at me with a cold, unwavering gaze. The police informed me that the government had ordered the recall of all products related to Mr. Sampson, and his identity was still under investigation. The police were also analyzing the details of his program to identify possible locations where the children might be. After 3 days, Mr. Sampson's identity was confirmed.
His real name was Samson Stone, 45 years old, and he was the owner of a company that produced children's programs and toys. Samson was an orphan. He had been adopted and had suffered severe abuse, nearly losing his life. At the age of 15, he ran away from his foster family and lived as a homeless person. A person with such a painful past. What would he do to those children? Nearly a week passed, and I neglected both my work and myself, constantly waiting for calls from the police, crying every night. Where is my son, and where are the other children? What will happen to them? One late evening, I received an urgent call from the police. They reported that they had found an abandoned house deep in the forest, suspected to be the place where the children were being held. I immediately rushed to the scene with the investigation team. When we arrived, the sight before us was an old, crumbling house with faint cries coming from inside. In a dark room, the children were huddled together, trembling in fear. I looked around and saw Jason. "Jason!" I cried out through my tears and ran to hug my son tightly. Looking at the other children, I saw their empty, exhausted eyes, as if they had just gone through a terrible nightmare. Some of the children clung to their parents as soon as they arrived, while others were still too frightened to fully comprehend what was happening. In another room, filled with old toys and a large screen, was where Mr. Sampson's show had once been broadcast. The puppets hung limply on the walls, their hollow black eyes seeming to stare blankly at everyone. In the end, Mr. Sampson was caught while trying to flee at the airport. At the police station, he calmly laughed, showing no remorse. "I just wanted to give the children a happier life," he said. He spoke calmly, but his eyes were cold and calculating, revealing a hidden agenda. The case was closed, but the aftermath left unforgettable memories in the hearts of both Jason and me. We had to go through months of therapy to help Jason recover emotionally and regain a sense of normalcy in his life. I decided to spend more time understanding and bonding with my son. Samson was, in fact, a victim of his own tragic life, a product of enduring injustice and pain as a child.
I am Adam, 32 years old. I live alone in a modest apartment in Yuma, Arizona. I work as a blog writer. The content I write usually revolves around life stories, experiences about a dish, or a travel destination. After a while of working hard, my blog has gained a lot of attention and support, but gradually, I ran out of ideas for topics and content to write about. I realized it was time for a change in both the content and the type of stories. I conducted a survey on my blog about the topics they were interested in and wanted me to write about. The majority of comments and suggestions came in for me to write short horror stories. This is truly a genre that was very new to me. I had no interest in horror, whether in fictions nor films, but to please my loyal readers, I decided to challenge myself this time. Since it was a completely new genre and not my strong suit, I spent a lot of time researching. I shifted entirely to reading horror stories and watching horror films. The initial days were quite difficult for me. When reading stories, I would remember the horror details and then imagine a dozen other tales. Each time, like so, I ended up scaring myself, feeling frightened and panicked when I was alone. The hallmark of horror films is that mysterious characters or spirits suddenly appear in hidden and dark places. I became so obsessed with this idea that I imagined an evil entity ready to pounce from any corner of the house if I wasn't cautious. Gradually, I developed a habit of scanning around whenever I entered any new space, especially dark corners. When watching horror films, I would turn on all the lights in the house, hug my pet dog, and hold the remote tightly to shut off the TV at any moment. Although I was obsessed and terrified, It was indeed a very effective way for me to approach this genre. It also brought me an abundance of inspiration. My first stories were published on the blog. The readers seemed to enjoy them, complimenting and encouraging me to continue. I gradually found myself loving this genre and wanting to gain more experience. I read more books on spirituality, thrillers, and horrifying murder cases to gather more ideas for building interesting scenarios and stories. My imagination became increasingly richer. With just one image, a tiny detail, or a leading sentence, I could make it a horror story. I even carried out challenges or spiritual games to gain real experiences and authenticity for each of my story. Gradually, my life became more and more chaotic and had my living space always carried a gloomy atmosphere. I began to view everything with a horror gaze, imagining terrifying scenarios. The friendly smile of the cashier at the supermarket would also make me panic. And I might have seen a ghost, maybe, I wasn't sure. I first saw it when I woke up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. It appeared right behind me as I was looking in the mirror and vanished in an instant. I couldn't see its features clearly. It seemed to have no eyes, just two deep black sockets. I thought I was just scaring myself again, so I brushed it off and went back to bed. The second time was when I was awake at night reading a story. I tossed and turned in bed, reading about a lurking spirit in the narrative. Suddenly, I felt a shiver run down my spine. I swear I could feel someone's breath on the back of my neck right there. But it wasn't the warm breath of a normal person. It was an icy cold breath, causing my body to shudder in fear and cold. I took a deep breath, mentally debating with myself whether I should turn around. I tremblingly grabbed my phone and turned on the front camera. There was no one there. I sat up and looked around the room. Everything was the same. Feeling the icy atmosphere, I glanced at the air conditioner, noticing it was set to 61 degrees. I wondered if I had adjusted the temperature myself or if someone else had. Could it have been a ghost? The third time, I groggily woke up to the sound of a door opening. I saw the shadow of a tall man standing at the computer desk across from me, staring at me. My heart jumped, but when I sat up, the figure had vanished. However, when I looked toward the room door, it was indeed open. I felt confused and suspicious about everything around me, about my perceptions and senses. I took my own horrifying experiences and wrote them into a story on the blog. Everyone found it fascinating, and there was even a lively discussion in the comment section. One reader mentioned that ghosts often appear at 3 a.m. and suggested that I try some of these experiences and tell them about the authenticity of those encounters. Well, at first I was very frightened and was against the idea. I truly wanted to escape this haunting feeling, but I nonetheless skeptically followed through. The next day, I didn't sleep. Right at 3 a.m., I went on to open both windows. Outside was a dark and silent space. Suddenly, a foul odor resembling that of a corpse filled my nose, making me nauseous. But as I intended to return to bed, that stench immediately gone. Footsteps could be heard just outside the hallway, accompanied by the woeful crying of a woman. I leaned against the wall and stared at the door. The footsteps and cries disappeared after a few minutes. Afterward, I took a deep breath, calmed down, and moved toward the door. I looked through the peephole on the door. My heart raced violently against my chest. A tingling pain pierced through my chest. There was nobody outside. Since the view through the peephole was limited, I took the risk to open the door to extend my angles. I stepped outside. The long hallway was quiet and clean as it had been freshly cleaned that afternoon. Suddenly, the hallway lights flickered on and off, and the footsteps and cries of the woman emerged again. I quickly went back inside but didn't understand, then noticed that the door had closed behind me. The fingerprint recognition didn't work, and when I resorted to use the password, the incorrect password notification kept ringing. Helplessly gripped the doorknob. I shook it vigorously to no avail. I yelled out in fear and despair. A hand suddenly slammed down on my shoulder, causing me to panic even more and scream even louder. The security guard of the apartment building approaching demanded that I keep quiet. Looking around, Everything had returned to normal, and with the security guard present, I felt like I had found my life back. I explained the crying of the woman, the hallway lights malfunctioning, and the apartment door being stuck. He didn't believe me and told me to try opening the door again. This time it worked as normal. The security guard threw a disgruntled look at me. I frantically apologized to him and went inside the house. Looking at the clock, it was almost 4 a.m., and although I still couldn't breathe normally after all that happened, yet I realized there was nothing too life-threatening dangerous. So I took another bold step to try yet another experience. I went into the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, so I intended to leave. Suddenly, a shadow glided in and stood right behind me. The figure slowly turned to look directly into the mirror. It was me, but without any eyes. The skin was as pale as a corpse. It opened its empty, dark mouth wide agape in a horrifying manner and lunged straight at me. I didn't have time to react. The last thing I could feel was a force impacting my head, pushing me forward. My head slammed hard against the mirror, bleeding profusely. I rushed out of the bathroom, turning on all the lights in the house. I sat in the living room, trying to open my eyes wide to remain alert. I called my best friend Otis and recounted everything. He laughed, thinking that writing horror stories had led me to hallucinate. But upon seeing my genuine distress, Otis grew concerned and agreed to stay with me for a few days. It took me nearly a week to calm down completely. Yet I couldn't explain the terrifying things I had experienced. I was also unsure about the existence of ghosts or mysterious supernatural forces. But I was sure I would never recklessly engage in those forbidden acts again. Has anyone ever had any experiences like mine? Please share your story in the comments.
My name's Owen. I'm 32 years old. I'm married for a year now. Me and my wife, we're residing in Long Island. We are living in a rather old house. According to our knowledge, we're the fourth owner of the estate. Existed for 30 years now. As all newlyweds, we're not rich, so both of us decided to pick up this estate, being the most affordable for us. The house is rather sturdy, even after many decades. The only catch was its rather old-fashioned design. Whoever built this lodging and owned it first must be someone rather wealthy. However, after 6 months residing here, there were strange things that occurred to us that defied all logical explanation. One evening, my wife and I were having our time watching movies in the living room. It was a rom-com, which was ruined at the climactic moment as I noticed something in the corner of my eyes, enough to startle me to a yelp. "What's going on?" My wife, also startled, asked me back. "There's a pale woman behind the TV, hon." She just laughed it off, saying that I'm seeing things, despite the fact that I've tried to describe that woman for her. Pale white figure, sunken eyes, but she wasn't buying it, telling me that I was hallucinating things that weren't there. Another time, I had to relieve myself in the middle of the night. When I was in front of the sink and watching myself in the mirror, she came to me again. She was right there behind my back, and this time I was able to see her more clearly. Emaciated, pale, with sunken eyes. The sight was more than enough to send me running to a panic attack. The third time I saw her was when I was cleaning the floor. She was walking rather heavily, slowly toward the basement behind the main house. She was wearing a long dress, the type of which went out of fashion many years ago, singing along the way, with her haunting voice echoing along the hallways. She looked pregnant with swollen abdomen. This time my wife did consider what I told her, but she instead thought of me having psychological issues due to overworking. Why the heck am I the only person seeing things when my wife's immune to that shit? So I decided to purchase a more modern house in downtown area with a 20-year payment plan terms. I would go nuts staying here any longer. The house now I'll redecorate and put it for rent. To fasten the paces, I chose the hourly rate cleaning service. There were too many things to clean up here, so it took more than a day to complete. With cleaning up complete, we have finally decided on what to carry forward and what to discard. However, the two cleaning staffs said about a rather heavy metal chest in the basement that they would like to have me help in carrying it upstairs. I knew about this chest the day we moved in, but due to it being very heavy, we decided to leave it there for good. It took all four of us a lot of work to finally haul it out of the basement area. With things finally arranged, except for the heavy chest, we could finally rest. Tomorrow I'd deal with it. Likely it would need to be towed away. That was our final night here at the old house. However, weird things started to come up again. There's a lot of creepy sounds coming from the metal chest. First was the weeping of a woman. Then came loud bangs echoing from within the chest. Last but not least, the wailing of a child wheezing from within the accursed object. I could barely sleep while my wife's sleeping soundly that night. The next morning, having enough of it, I decided to open it up. My wife nagged at me for being unreasonable, but I couldn't stand it any longer. I felt an urge to open it up, to come to terms with all of my suffering. So I pried it open with all my strength. A nasty smell from within assaulted my sense of smell, gagged me up, forced me to vomit under such nauseating stench. My wife threw me a look of concern. For her, I was being unreasonable, and now was reaping the consequences. After calming myself down, I decided to look inside the chest, and immediately regret that decision. The first thing I saw was human feet, then arms, and finally, a human face. All was submerged within a fluid of something like paint. Now thinking back, I wished I did have a mental issue like my wife said. At least I could forget what I'd seen there. So I called the police, fighting the nausea the entire time. The police said it was the body of a woman. She was heavily pregnant at the 9th month by the time she was dead. Needless to say, we were in a state of shock and panic at the news. She was found shrunken to a fetal position, still clutching within the out-of-fashion long dress. The same one that I had seen her in the mirror with. After thorough examinations, they found the chest originated from an industrial factory only 12 miles away. However, the chest model was out of commission a decade ago already. Me and my wife, we also provided the information of the previous owner to the police. They quickly found the third and second owner after backtracking, tracing it up to the very first owner. The two previous owners claimed that the chest had always been there when they moved in. That thing, however, was so heavy that they all decided to just leave it there, and then it was forgotten. So the police searched for the first owner. His name's Thomas, the builder of this house, and also the owner of that previously mentioned factory. However, he'd passed away 3 years ago due to a heart attack. Thomas had a wife and a son who's almost 30 years old now. After mentioning about the body in the chest, they claimed no knowledge about that. Thomas divorced his wife when his son was only 4 years of age. She's been living away for all this time, only receiving alimony arrangement from her previous husband. Because it was related to Thomas, the body within was likely his mistress. So the police suggested a DNA test of the unborn child and Thomas's son. The match was solid at 25%. They were indeed half siblings. The case, however, was only 50% completed. There's still a lot of questions going unanswered, like who's the killer and what's the motive for the killing. But the most haunting for me was when I was looking at Thomas's picture. He and I were uncannily familiar.
"4 years back in the fall, my girlfriend Louisa and I went on a road trip across the state to celebrate hitting 2 years together. We started out in Amarillo, headed southeast through Fort Worth, and ended up in Houston. The last part of the trip was all about chilling and having fun at the Kima Boardwalk, where I was planning to pop the question to Louisa. I was pumped for this trip.
After a week of listing stuff, getting everything ready, and sorting out work, we hit the road. The first part of the trip was always a blast, and we were full of energy. We talked, snacked, checked out the streets, and got hyped about the trip. After a few hours, we got into a little argument, and I could tell Louisa was pretty upset. Same here, and I bet other couples do too. But it was all good. We got over that first bump pretty quick. We grabbed some amazing Texas barbecue and kept going when it was almost dark. We headed over to Fort Worth real quick. It's a city that mixes old school and modern vibes. After driving for a bit, I was totally caught off guard when Louisa shouted, "Hey, look!" On the side of the road, this old guy was standing there, waving at us. I didn't slow down or answer Louisa. I just drove right past the guy. "What's up with you, William?" Louisa was pissed at me. "Louisa, he's a total stranger," I pointed out. "He's pitiful and needs help." Louisa's voice kept getting louder at me. "How do you know he's pitiful? There's been so many scams like this lately. You can't just let random people in the car." Louisa went quiet after seeing I wasn't budging, staring out the window. The silence went on for almost 2 hours. Louisa shouted again, "William!" I looked where Louisa was pointing, and there was a man standing on the side of the road. "Stop the car and help him," Louisa pushed. "Isn't that the man we saw like 2 hours ago?" I was doubtful, and Louisa was getting pissed. "Whether it's him or anyone else, we gotta help him." And I still decided to just drive past the guy. Of course, with how Louisa is, she got mad at me. With my girlfriend yelling at me, I just stayed quiet. Arguing right then wasn't gonna help at all. Maybe I made the right call, even though Louisa was still pissed. At least she shut up after a few words. We drove through a busy street and stumbled on this random music festival with a bunch of young people our age. I stopped the car, yanked Louisa out, and jumped into the fun to shake off the awkward vibe. In the noisy crowd, with the music blasting and lights flashing, I spotted the man from earlier, the one we'd seen twice on the highway. But for just a second, the lights went out and then back on, and he was gone. I pulled Louisa away, surprising her, and said I wasn't feeling great and was a bit hungry, just to get us out of there. We stopped at a Buc-ee's. It was like almost midnight. "I'll grab you whatever you want, cool?" Louisa gave a little smile and went inside while I stayed out to pump gas and would head in later. I tried to play it cool in front of Louisa, but in my head, I was feeling all kinds of restless and worried. A ton of questions and thoughts about that weird guy kept popping up in my head. After pumping gas, I went back into the store, looking for Louisa in the fast food section. "Louisa!" I yelled, getting everyone's attention, and marched over to her with a death glare. My girlfriend was talking to that guy. It had to be him in those torn up clothes. But when I got closer, he was totally gone. "Did you just talk to him? What'd he say? You good?" I asked, freaking out. "Come on, William, it's just a homeless man asking for some food." "Please, William, your overprotectiveness is just turning into selfishness and being annoying." Louisa was getting pissed again. I just wanted to look out for her. But then I'm called selfish and annoying. My whole mood was off, and I snapped back. And then the tension between us just blew up right there in the Buc-ee's. "Fine, do whatever you want with that annoying attitude." "I don't need you either, you jerk." She stormed off, and I wasn't about to chase her. It was the dumbest, worst decision of my life. After leaving the store, I looked around, but couldn't spot Louisa. I could hear muffled screams and a car engine in the distance. It was Louisa, getting yanked into the car. I screamed, tried to chase after them, but it was too late. The car was already gone, swallowed by the dark road. I was all fear, panic, and regret in that moment. I called police right away, and the whole investigation was a total nightmare. The Buc-ee's security cam caught the kidnapping that night, but since it was far away, you couldn't really see the kidnapper. I told the police about the weird guy. A week later, they finally caught the kidnapper, hiding out in some old house in the outskirts of the city. That freak, Dominic Novak. He admitted that he overheard me and Louisa talking at the barbecue joint, and that's when he started stalking us. He said he wanted to ruin our happiness and had been planning to snatch Louisa from the start. I couldn't keep it together and just ran straight to punch that crazy guy right at the police station. During the questioning, the guy just sat there all calm, like he didn't feel bad at all. He went on and on, talking about how he followed us and grabbed Louisa. But when police asked him where Louisa was, he just grinned and said, "You'll never find her." Dominic wouldn't say a word. He just kept Louisa's location to himself. The next few days were a total nightmare for me. Not only was I dealing with Louisa disappearing, but I also couldn't shake off the guilt and torment. I spent all my time in cash looking for Louisa, checking out the old streets, asking everyone, but no luck. Even though they never found Louisa, they wrapped up the case, saying she was killed and Dominic got life in prison. It's been 4 years, and I've kind of come to terms with losing Louisa. The engagement ring I always carried with me still reminds me I never got to get down on one knee and put it on her finger.
I've heard that St. Patrick's Night always brings surprises, but no one warned me that sometimes those surprises are nightmares you'll carry with you for the rest of your life. The bright neon green lights from the bars illuminate joyful faces, and laughter echoes through the streets. The air is thick with the smell of alcohol and beer, but that's part of the celebration. I sit alone in a small corner of the bar, holding a beer, trying to enjoy the lively atmosphere. That's when I saw her. The girl entered the bar, her fiery red hair standing out in the crowd. She wore a dark green coat and a short black skirt, her long, slender legs confidently gliding through the space. Her striking green eyes met mine, and she smiled, and I felt drawn to her, like a moth to the light. She walked closer, took her beer, and said in a warm yet provocative voice, "Are you sitting here alone? Tonight is for having fun." I don't remember exactly what we said after that. I just know that the conversation kept going. She told me her name was Erin, a name that fit perfectly with St. Patrick's Day, and she mentioned she had just moved to this town. After a few hours of drinking beer and laughing, she suggested taking a walk to get some fresh air. I hesitated for a moment, but when I looked into her green eyes and saw her radiant smile, I couldn't refuse. We both left the bar and blended into the crowd singing in the streets. The night wind was cold but pleasant, carrying the scent of damp grass and beer spilled on the sidewalk. We walked through the brightly lit streets where people were still celebrating. Then Erin turned into a dark alley. "This is a shortcut," she said, her tone gentle but firm. I hesitated a bit, but I didn't want to seem shy. The alley was narrow. The dim streetlights were not enough to illuminate every hidden corner. On both sides were old walls covered in graffiti, and the wind blew through, creating a chilling screech. When we reached the middle of the alley, I heard footsteps behind us. I turned around, my heart starting to race, but all I saw was darkness. Before I could say anything, a strong punch from behind made me buckle, my head spinning. 2 men emerged from the shadows, both wearing black hoodies, their faces obscured. One grabbed me by the collar and pulled hard, while the other rummaged through all the places he thought he could hide valuables. "Don't move or I'll kill you." A deep, threatening voice rang out in his ear. I wanted to resist, but my body was paralyzed with pain and panic. Erin stood there, neither scared nor surprised. She looked at me, her green eyes now cold and sharp, then smiled, a mocking smile I would never forget. "He's nothing special, but still an easy prey," she said, her voice sweet but full of contempt. I tried to scream, but the second punch to the stomach made me double over, my breath hitching. They took my wallet, phone, and even my shoes. One of the two grabbed my hair, pulling my head up. His face emerged in the faint light, bloodshot eyes and a terrifying set of yellowed teeth. "Someone like him can't do anything," Erin continued to mock. They hit me a few more times before leaving, the taste of fish on my lips, my back and arms aching. I lay on the cold ground in the dark alone with fear and humiliation filling me. It took me a long time to gather enough strength to get up, my head spinning and my body aching. I stumbled out of the alley, back onto the brightly lit street. No one paid attention to me. They were still caught up in the songs and laughter. I trudged to the nearest police station and recounted everything that had happened. The officers looked at me with sympathetic eyes, but I could clearly see that they didn't expect to find the attackers. "The girl? Erin?" a police officer asked. "Are you sure that's her real name?" I nodded, but deep down, I knew that name was a lie. That night, when I returned to the apartment, I looked at myself in the mirror. My face was bruised, with one side of my lip torn open. I didn't recognize myself, not just because of the injuries, but because of the confused, fearful look in the mirror. I wondered how I could have been so foolish, trusting a stranger just because of a smile. I described her and the two men, but there were no leads, no suspects arrested. She was like a ghost, appearing and then disappearing, leaving behind an indelible haunting. That St. Patrick's Day, I lost more than just my belongings. I lost my faith in humanity. I realized that in this world, not everyone who smiles is a friend. Sometimes your worst enemy is the one you never suspect.
"4 years ago, my brother went missing right after graduating from university. A handsome university student with excellent academic performance, a clean personal life, and a beautiful girlfriend who has been with him for 5 years. That's my brother in the eyes of everyone. But in my eyes, he is sick, ugly, and insane. He always thinks he's right and forces all of his thoughts on me. That perfect appearance deceives everyone, even our parents. If he's upset, I will definitely get beaten, even if it has nothing to do with me. He may look clean and elegant, but he can go on a whole week without showering, instead bathing in cologne. If he likes my food, he'll just eat it without even asking for permission. If he remembers, he'll leave a few small pieces. Otherwise, he'll eat everything up. The day he went missing, I actually felt happy, though I knew that wasn't right. But my life became much more peaceful, a lot more peaceful. My mother was in agony and utter desperation. My mother devoted all her time, energy, and the family's money to search for him by any means necessary. His belongings in the shared room were not allowed to be changed, even in the slightest detail. Over time, the police, the FBI, and both my father and I gradually lost hope, but my mother did not. My mother always believed that one day her beloved son would return. When investigating my brother's relationships, the police found them to be very complex. That perfect boy had many conflicts with his classmates from high school and even college, but they all had alibis in the case of his disappearance. My house is located in a rather sparse area next to the edge of the forest. The local police also deployed all the most modern equipment and methods to search for him, but there were no results. He seemed to have vanished without leaving a trace. For 4 years, I became the sole focus of my family's attention. I grew tall and handsome, just like my brother. Now, I am 22 years old, the same age my brother was when he went missing. The family is proud of me, but I know that every time my mother looks at me, she remembers him and secretly cries. On his 28th birthday, my brother returned. His appearance hadn't changed much, except for a more mature face. He was still wearing the same clothes he had on the day he went missing. Needless to say, my parents were overjoyed, especially my mother. She couldn't tell whether everything was a dream or reality. My brother was immediately taken to the hospital for a thorough health checkup. The police were also present to take his statement about everything that had happened, but he was uncooperative and very withdrawn. But he seemed to be doing quite well, and his body showed no signs of injury. My brother has returned after 4 years of being missing, and I'm about to get into big trouble. On the first night he returned home, I couldn't even eat anything at dinner. Before, he used to hate me. Now that he's back with such a sullen personality, he's even more unpredictable. That night, when I went to bed, my brother just sat on the bed staring, making me afraid to even breathe loudly. I lay down under the blanket, unable to sleep in this tense atmosphere. Suddenly, there was a small noise, and I jolted awake, frozen in place. My brother was holding a small knife, pointed directly at me. "Now it's your turn." I immediately ran away, as fast and as far as I could, without having time to call for my parents. My brother chased closely behind me, with the knife still pointed straight ahead. His face was cold and expressionless, his eyes wide open and not blinking even once. I felt like I was running far away from the Grim Reaper's Sith. I ran into the forest, not knowing how long I had been running, until my 2 feet were deformed and mangled. I stopped in front of a deep abyss, and at that moment, I felt an excruciating pain in my feet spreading throughout my body. Turning back, my brother had gotten very close. The scene felt very familiar. It had happened 4 years ago. It's just that my position and my brother's have swapped. That night, when I saw him panicking and slipping, I felt a sense of joy. I didn't need to do anything to him. Even if he was found, there would be no evidence for me to fear. I quietly left the knife in its place in the kitchen and lived with that secret for 4 years. I thought I had completed the mission. I woke up, looked around for a long time to realize that I was still alive. Time passed for nearly 2 months. I had slept a long sleep with my body suffering multiple injuries. The police found me at the bottom of the ravine in the forest. Miraculously, I had survived. They were still actively investigating the cause and the perpetrator. I told my parents to immediately stop the investigation. Although they were very confused, they followed my insistence. I asked my parents about my brother. They said he had left and would contact us later. The fear, pain, and despair he felt 4 years ago, I have now experienced as well. I wonder how he managed to survive. Will he return and forgive me? "Francis, we have got to get out of here right now," Jeffrey said, very panicked. I groggily woke up, barely able to react, while Jeffrey continued urging me with a voice that sounded on the verge of tears. "Hurry, we don't have much time." "What's going on with you, Jeffrey?" "There's someone in the basement." I struggled to shake off the drowsiness and looked at my friend with a helpless expression. What cabin doesn't have a basement? Maybe the owners had something to do here. No, Francis. No owner would come here at midnight like this. I'm not sure if that's a person or not. It's really big. We have to go now. Jeffrey pulled me up from the bed, and we stepped outside. Manny and Oliver were still grilling in front of the cabin, near the woods. We had a grand party and drank continuously for 6 hours, from the afternoon until evening. Yet those two were still here grilling, while I couldn't remember when I had fallen asleep. Jeffrey kept insisting that we needed to leave quickly, while Manny and Oliver were still happily enjoying their skewers. "Why does no one care about what I'm saying?" Jeffrey said, quite irritated. "We rented this cabin for 2 nights, Jeffrey. Don't you think it would be a waste?" I still had plenty of alcohol in my system, so I couldn't drive, and I didn't want anyone else driving my expensive sports car. Manny had drunk quite a bit, so his words were hard to control. Jeffrey declared that he would leave alone, not even bothering to pack his things. Oliver and I tried to stop him, but we couldn't. After Jeffrey left, the 3 of us decided to go down to the basement to check things out. It turned out that this cabin had such a large basement. The light down there wasn't meant to illuminate everything. It only added to the mysterious and gloomy atmosphere. We turned on the flashlight on our phones and looked around. After walking for a while, all 3 of us jumped when we saw the silhouettes of 2 men standing across from each other. Hello? The 2 men didn't respond, standing still and staring at us. We slowly approached, feeling confident that we were 3 while the others were only 2. And then Manny burst into laughter when he realized that the 2 figures were just 2 statues. So Jeffrey was mistaken. He's really such a coward, Oliver said teasingly, with a hint of helplessness. We turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, a noise echoed, causing all 3 of us to stop and look. We looked at each other with expressions of doubt and fear. Looking back, we saw another dark shadow appearing between the 2 statues. It had a shape that was both similar to and unlike a human. The thing had to be over 6 feet, with an extremely long neck, a skinny body, and eyes that gradually brightened, illuminating the 2 statues in front more clearly. Perhaps this is the truly frightening thing that Jeffrey had seen. It was human corpses that were dried up, shriveled, and filled with terror. We ran off screaming in terror, desperately clinging to each other, stumbling many times. After getting out of the basement and leaving the cabin, we realized that at some point we had lost Oliver without noticing. Manny immediately jumped into his sports car and yelled frantically, demanding that I get in the car right away. "My laptop! Please, Manny, just 1 minute!" I rushed into the room, grabbed the laptop from the bed, and ran back out. Manny was still waiting. "What about Oliver? Call the police, quickly!" We quickly drove away, and after getting a fair distance, I pulled out my phone to call Jeffrey after calling the police, but he didn't answer. We couldn't reach Oliver either, and we returned to the city without saying a word. Manny couldn't even remember the way back. The police found 2 bodies in the basement, just as we had reported. But the tall creature was not found, and it was unclear whether they believed what we had described, especially with the strong smell of alcohol on our breath. Interestingly, Jeffrey and Oliver were not found, and there was no information about the owner of the cabin we had rented. Manny and I assisted the police extensively, but all our efforts were in vain. I researched all the information and articles about the forest where we had camped. Many people shared their experiences about a horrifying creature called the Skinwalker. It had the exact same characteristics as the creature I had seen in the basement. That night, my favorite storytelling channel released a new video, and without hesitation, I clicked to listen right away. A senior student is walking home after finishing her shift at the local convenience store at 11 p.m., but she couldn't know that she would never make it home. Senior student working at a convenience store. How much that sounds like me, I muttered. The girl's boyfriend reported her missing to the police the following morning. The police, in cooperation with local volunteer teams, conducted an extensive search, and 2 days later, they found something. Immediately, the thing that came to my mind was a corpse. My heart began to race, and I slowed my pace. A red size 6.5 Nike shoe by the Lotus Lake. The boyfriend broke down in tears, certain that this shoe belonged to his girlfriend. I stopped, my eyes wide as I looked down at the red size 6.5 Nike shoe at my feet. Suddenly, the sound of a car speeding by sliced through the quiet night, startling me. It's just a coincidence, Kaylee. This brand of shoes is common. What student doesn't have a part-time job? I came up with reasons to dismiss the thought that this podcast was predicting my own death. My mind urged me to hurry home, but the next piece of information mentioned in the podcast made my body go stiff. Half a day after it was found, the police confirmed that the shoe belonged to Kaylee Johnson, the victim of the disappearance. Kaylee Johnson? I exclaimed. That was my name. What the hell is happening? I found it hard to believe, raising my phone to check the podcast I was following. I was listening to a podcast, and it was talking about my own murder. My heart raced even faster, and my whole body felt paralyzed as I read the title of that podcast. I walked and breathed heavily. A witness reported to the police about seeing a black Corolla near the scene on the evening the victim went missing. I took a deep breath, recalling the car that had just sped by. It was black, I think. No additional clues or bodies have been found yet. The police believe this will be a very mysterious case that will take a long time to solve. The sound of an engine echoed as I walked further, and a black Corolla was barely visible, lurking in a dark alley. Its two headlights were like the eyes of a bloodthirsty tiger, staring directly at me. I ran for my life, with fear and utter panic, driving me to reach my fastest possible speed. The Corolla started moving as well, right behind me. I dashed into a narrow shortcut and then turned left, running for a few more minutes until I finally saw my house. I rummaged through my bag for the keychain, unlocked the door, and rushed inside, shutting it firmly behind me. I collapsed right by the front door, and it was only then that I could finally cry. I felt extremely hopeless at that time. I was listening to a podcast about my own murder case. Was it a dream, or was it real? I became even more agitated when I realized that the car, likely containing the perpetrator, was lingering outside my house. I was home alone. Steve hadn't returned yet. Suddenly, a sound like knocking echoed, startling me as I looked around the dark space with wide eyes. It was the sound from my phone. I hadn't turned off the podcast yet. With my eyes blurred from crying, I trembled as I dialed Steve's number. He said he would be home in just 5 minutes. A few more minutes passed, and there was no sign of anything. The darkness and silence were swallowing me whole. I reopened the podcast on my phone, curious to listen to the end and find out the outcome. When questioned by the police, Steve, the victim's boyfriend, sobbed as he recounted. Kaylee might have left without wanting anyone to know. She complained to me about her grades, family, and relationships. She always showed signs of boredom and lost faith in life, but of course, I encouraged her a lot. But maybe my love wasn't enough for Kaylee to feel safe. I felt like I was coated in a thick layer of glue when I heard that podcast. Kaylee, I'm home. The voice of my boyfriend called out to me. I felt a chill run down my spine at that familiar, sweet voice. I stood up, determined to escape no matter the cost. Steve had lied. I had never said the things he reported to the police. My life is great, despite the hardships, but I am enjoying it with all the passion of being 22. I quickly escaped from the house through the kitchen window, running away with my bare feet bleeding.